Hey guys, tonight we slip through torchlit corridors of an Achaemenid palace after sundown, keeping footsteps polite, curiosity bright, and a tiny sense of humor tucked in your sleeve in case etiquette tries to spook you. The marble exhales the day's heat in gentle waves, braziers blink like domesticated stars, and somewhere a harp finishes a sleepy arpeggio for guards changing shifts. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me your city and the time on your clock in the comments. Together we make a map of night owls. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Breathe as the first hall opens like a dark flower. Columns rise in patient intervals, each cinched with shadows that behave. Flame combs stone. Stone keeps the combs. Cedar lingers in the air, along with warm dust and the distant rumor of bread cooling behind a screen. Guards stand at ceremonial distances, near enough to be useful, far enough to feel like architecture. Without a single command, the room begins coaching your posture. Smaller steps, hands visible, a chin lowered just enough to offer attention rather than demand it. Cedar doors move with a sigh, and the draft that follows is the building's way of saying it has many lungs. In a corner, a scribe continues a midnight dialogue with clay. Reed pen tapping and even tempo you could set your pulse to. Grain tallies and courier arrivals glide into wet lines that will harden by morning into the state's memory. Watching the neat, almost silent discipline of that wrist, you understand how empires keep promises, one precise stroke at a time. Etiquette here speaks without grammar lessons. Palms stay open, gestures travel short distances, and words are measured like spice. Humor is permitted, but it arrives with clean pause and leaves no stains. Bows serve as commas rather than periods, pauses that prevent the paragraph of the evening from running on. What looks like stiffness from far away reveals itself, inside the moment, as a hammock. Lean in and you're supported. Fidget and you tangle. You choose supported. Across the inner court, a brazier carries itself like a private sunrise. A server hands you a copper cup, cool even within reach of the fire, and the water tastes faintly of stone and trustworthy pipes. Sips happen slowly because liquids here are witnesses. They remember how they're treated. Cups return to trays with deliberate landings, no clinks, no bragging. Hydration becomes a shared poem recited one swallow at a time. Murals lead your attention down a corridor of painted procession. The king rides in a robe the color of morning freshly invented. Attendants pivot like punctuation marks that know their business. Animals walk alongside with the calm assurance of veteran security consultants. Lions loan courage, bulls loan patience. Winged creatures confirm that imagination holds a royal appointment. Nothing shouts. Everything instructs. Keep steady, carry your promises, look without staring. Lantern light collects under a balcony where a page practices the advanced art of being essential furniture. He moves only when needed, with the smooth competence of a drawer that never sticks. An official passes. The boy's bow is so neat that gravity applauds in private. Status here is less a crown than a set of reliable movements. Presence is a tool, and everyone keeps theirs sharp without making a show of sharpening. Basins rest on low stands obedient to the moon. A steward greets you with professional eyebrows and invites your hands to meet cool water. The wash invites travel dust to become cooperative ripples. Soaproot leaves a faint green clean note, like a meadow remembered by a library. Towels pat and release with the politeness of birds leaving a branch. No one scolds your fingers for existing. Ritual simply asks them to be better citizens. Meanwhile, the courtyard wind collects rumors nobody needs to hoard. A cook debates whether dates are more honest than honey. A groom insists a certain horse dreams in trot. A scholar mutters at a tablet that refuses to shelve itself. The hour is late, yet the palace hums like a hive that has discovered the pleasure of quiet productivity. Night here is not a curtain. It's a contract. Sometimes a question steps out of shadow. Why firelight when the sky already knows how to glitter? Because flame paints stone with motion, and motion trains attention. Shadows climb columns at a pace kind to the human nervous system. Nothing blares. Nothing begs. Everything suggests. Architecture becomes theater, and you find yourself both audience and actor. Learning lines with your feet, applause with your breath. Truth waits behind tall doors that part without fanfare. The throne room is not a box for a chair, but an idea translated into wood and air. Torches stand like diplomatic trees, leaves sustained by careful oil. Carpets unroll geography the feet can read. A dais raises the ceiling of your calm by a few respectful inches. Even empty, the seat holds a grammar of consequence. Decisions sit here, and they prefer good posture. Protocol thickens like honey, never sticky, merely persuasive. The edge of the carpet meets your toes. Your hands become polite punctuation. The gaze softens to generosity. Knees bend in a bow that is half greeting, half microstretch. No one orders a prostration. The room's temperature makes loud gestures unnecessary. Approval arrives as a barely warmer breeze that touches cheeks and disappears. Rugs answer in the language of patience. Pile rises like a small meadow groomed by centuries of footsteps, each not a quiet vote for permanence. Patterns repeat without becoming repetitive, the way waves repeat without being the same wave twice. When you shift your weight, the wool sighs in a tone you feel more than hear. The textile version of a host saying, "Relax, traveler. We've carried heavier." Doorways with carved screens keep a realm braided in laughter. The women's quarter lives beyond. Not rumor but reality with boundaries you respect. Power there deals in threads and timing, in letters ferried by trustworthy palms, in decisions braided behind latticed shade. You don't enter. You don't need to. Not all influence requires a parade ground. Trays travel with the efficiency of good sentences. Cups follow cheeses. Breads escort olives. Dried apricots moonlight as edible compliments. Servants move the way rivers move when they've agreed on their banks. Graceful, purposeful, unconfused about direction. Time glides rather than ticks here, as if the palace negotiated a softer contract with the clock. Carvings along the north wall archive delegations that once crossed deserts to offer tribute. The stone reads like a travel diary with excellent illustrations. Dyed while promising winter warmth, a honey jar serving as edible handshake, linen that turns thread into diplomacy. Borders exist, but they're less stop signs than stage directions. Exchange is the empire's true accent, and it sounds like parcels meeting palms. Hints of theology hover near every flame. Fire is not decor but a colleague assigned to purity, and water is a person you address with courtesy. Cleanliness is less panic about dirt and more household management for the cosmos. The lesson arrives gently. Behave as if everything around you is awake. Do that and the world behaves back. Knees, hands, breath. What began as survival tips settle into a craft. You bow lightly, stand slowly, and speak as if words had weight you'd prefer not to drop. Stillness enlarges your outline rather than shrinking it. The room rewards understatement, and understatement, it turns out, is surprisingly comfortable. Consider it the velvet tracksuit of virtue. Footsteps softer than moth wings pass behind, followed by a low drum that answers twice and stops. The courtyard releases stored warmth in little exhalations. Torches feed on resin with whispers you could almost translate. The changing of the watch happens as if someone composed a lullaby for logistics. Nothing bangs. Everything turns. Footprints from visiting satrapies freckle the threshold like a temporary constellation. One heel bears a star-shaped chip, and you briefly consider mapping your evening by that tiny sky. Imagined languages echo. Greetings rehearsed. Gifts unwrapped with respectful slowness. Promises folded into fabrics and jars. The building straightens slightly when travelers arrive. Hosting is how a place remembers who it is. Beams arch overhead in painted grammar. Rosettes like tamed galaxies. Bands of color that smuggle seasons indoors. Tilt your chin and your worries tilt with it, resizing to match a ceiling designed for humane thoughts. Placement replaces bigness. You are not large, you are located. Letters feel proud when they land in the right word. Tonight you land. Couriers blur by along the outer arcade. Satchels crossing chests like diagonals on a map. Wax seals wink. Small moons trying not to boast. A relay switches with barely a scrape. One rider dismounts, another mounts, and the road exhales through both of them. Even in the deep hour, the empire breathes news in orderly syllables. The palace listens like a calm parent, attentive, unsurprised, ready. Salt glitters in a dish beside a door, ordinary and ceremonial at once. A servant pinches a few grains for the threshold, an easy spell against friction. Your fingers mirror the gesture, silly for a heartbeat and then oddly relieved. Tiny actions, done on purpose, are how a building teaches your body to belong. Nightfall is less an ending than a tuning. Quiet does not cancel. It clarifies. The softer the soundscape, the more details volunteer. Cloth brushing skin, sandal negotiating grit, the respectable sigh of wood settling into joints. Attention finds edges it can walk without tripping. Serenity isn't emptiness. It's good editing. Gardens practice geometry with water. Channels divide into friendly runnels. Stars try on the pools like jewelry. And cypress trees hold their tall opinions without argument. Path reintroduces itself, divide, glide, arrive. That may be the empire's motto in miniature. Don't cage chaos. Canal it. Fountains rehearse for rain even while asleep. Each drop is a joke the mint understands. Night leans sweet. A gardener passes with a basket of pomegranates like pocket-sized suns, and his nod translates across languages. Plants will still be here after kings. Agreement comes easily. The fruit makes its own closing statement. Corridors shadowed like calm rivers carry you toward the entry court. Guards trade places with the grace of swans exchanging the lead. A nearly invisible smile stamps your passport. Participant, not problem. Calm is the local currency, and everyone tonight feels gently affluent. Questions hover but put away their sharp corners. How many hands keep this piece oiled? How many careful knots in wool rescue steps from slipping into worry? How many cups have carried respect and water in equal measure? Arithmetic stays shy, yet the sum feels clear. Enough. Anyone who's been shushed by a museum guard for leaning too close to a painting would appreciate the palace after dark. There is no shushing here, only positioning. The space shows you where to stand so the picture arranges your breathing. Daytime is a chorus of comments. Night here is a syllabus of gestures. Enrollment is free. Conclusion arrives like tea finding the exact temperature where flavor introduces itself properly. The joke about how not to get executed by etiquette melts into a gentler truth. The harshest penalty this place dispenses is a raised eyebrow so polite you want to apologize to it. No nightmare fuel. Just a mellow competence that tucks the hours into bed. Finally, the gate receives you again. Friendly as a doorman who knows your favorite time of night. Stars continue their accountant work in the ledger of black. Moonlight lays a ribbon across your shoulders and ties it without boasting. The palace recedes not as a door closing but as a tune you keep humming, the kind that quietly improves posture. Outside the walls, the wind edits footprints with the care of a good copy editor. Morning is already sprinting somewhere else with arms full of errands. But here the sentence of night ends with a satisfying comma. Gratitude feels appropriate and oddly modern, so you thank air and stone and the world signs for the delivery without fuss. After this walk, posture changes without argument. Shoulders cancel their audition for the role of coat rack. Hands trade busyness for accuracy. Feet plot routes instead of escapes. Eyes look for horizons wide enough to include other people. Respect becomes practice rather than performance, and the mirror, when you meet it, acts like a colleague rather than a critic. Next time a day grows crowded, you'll remember disciplined torches and rugs that held anxieties without pilling. A scribe's patient wrist will return to mind, still feeding lines of care into wet clay as if applause were unnecessary. One extra breath may drop into place before any decision. Precision, it turns out, is a form of kindness. Amber settles over the night as though lamps have negotiated a treaty. Polished metal reflects not glare but second opinions. Hands look different in this glow, less heroic, more helpful. A musician pads past with a frame drum, fingers testing a rhythm barely above the volume of thought. Even the notes feel pre-warmed. Somewhere a storyteller folds a laugh into a blanket and hands it to the guards at the far gate. Under amber, everything relaxes into its best manners. Elsewhere, a quiet side hall displays objects retired from daily duty. A cracked libation bowl, a seal whose lion is now suggestion more than line, a ledger tablet that kept one winter alive with careful rationing. Museum isn't the word. Workshop in repose comes closer. Time scuffs. Attention polishes. The past appreciates being seen the way a craftsperson appreciates a listener. Less applause, more comprehension. Blueprints of movement reveal themselves the longer you linger. Servants circulate along arcs that never cross rudely. Officials advance in diagonals that keep them within reach and out of collision. Guards pace rectangles that meet at corners with satisfied nods. The choreography isn't rigid. It's considerate. Borrow one of those arcs, and even thoughts file themselves better when feet behave like decent citizens. Whispers migrate along stucco like traveling birds, never settling long enough to grow heavy. Topics include a satrap's irrigation gamble paying off, the mint's new dye with a kinder profile, and a foreign poet who translated a local proverb into something both wrong and charming. Gossip here is domesticated. Fed, walked, and returned to the kennel before anyone loses sleep. A quiet chuckle arrives and departs on schedule. Maps appear without paper. A line of cedar from gate to dais. A string of torches tying courtyard to archive. A scent trail from bakery to guardroom to the page's corner. Following these is less navigation than conversation. The building speaks in materials. You answer with choices, left of column, right of basin, under balcony, beside fig tree. By the third circuit, you know the palace not by measurement but by manners. Silence takes its turn as host and proves excellent at the job. In the thickness of quiet, hearing gets promoted. Wool against sandal becomes a sentence. A torch crackle is a paragraph. The night insect choir reads like a light novel you didn't expect to enjoy. Sleepiness approaches not as theft but as hospitality from within. A bed made in your chest while you're still walking. Customs that once felt theatrical settle into usefulness. The small bow resets a clumsy thought. Visible hands remind words to be clean. Slower steps keep the train of mind from dropping luggage between stations. Ceremony, it turns out, is practical, the way a well-folded blanket is easier to live with than a dramatic heap. Respect becomes convenient. Memory anchors itself in one last image. A guard adjusting a lamp so its light leans away from a sleeping bird in the eaves. That minor kindness salts the whole night with meaning. Empires can be measured in roads and taxes, but tonight you measure one by whether a flame is angled to let small life rest. The answer glows, steady and persuasive. Tomorrow will bring dust and decisions. Yet the rehearsal you complete tonight equips you with a gentler script. Instead of rushing into rooms like a gust, you will arrive like a torch, steady, placed, generous with light but not with smoke. Instead of answering the first time urgency shouts your name, you will answer the second time, when the question has learned to calm down. Instead of treating corridors as obstacles, you will treat them as rivers you know how to cross without splash. Grace, you realize, isn't ceremony's costume but its working clothes. Attention, worn correctly, is soft armor. Some final steps carry you past a small shrine where a steady flame mines its own eternity. Nothing is required except non-interference and a nod that almost becomes a bow. Appreciation has gone wonderfully portable. You leave more careful without becoming tense, more awake without turning alert, more amused without drifting into mockery. Home, for tonight, the place you sleep, welcomes with a door that opens at the first try. Air indoors picks up your breathing like a familiar chorus. Water on the table respects your new etiquette by simply being available. Sheets slide up like friendly scrolls. The fan resumes its soft thesis on background noise and better dreams. A last thank you to the Empire, now mostly dust but still an excellent host, drifts toward the ceiling and finds a seat among shadows. Lights go mellow and then shy. If there were a bell for closing a story without waking neighbors, you would ring it. Instead you choose the old method. A long exhale, a face turned toward sleep like a flower to morning, and the light blanket of palace manners settling over you. The first dream arrives in sandals, tracking no dust, smiling at the guards. Doors open. You pass through. Meanwhile, the palace hush eases you into a walled garden where starlight sketches tidy lines across gravel and water answers in syllables softer than speech. Lanterns hang from hooks like low moons that learn to be domesticated, and the air tastes of damp earth, mint, and a hint of cypress resin. A path of pale stone invites cautious feet, the kind that remember how the throne room taught posture. And your hands relax because even the night seems organized in this place that invents calm as a civic duty. Beyond the first gate, a geometry lesson arranges itself under the open sky. Channels divide, multiply, and return, making squares that feel like thoughts you can walk. For quarters mirror one another with cheerful self-control. Beds of myrtle and rose, a pavilion with cedar teeth, a rill whispering like a careful messenger. The desert just outside the walls prefers improvisation. Inside, the garden composes a fugue in water and shade. Paradise, in the old tongue, promises exactly this. An enclosure that holds order the way cupped hands hold a flame. Along the main rill fish nap under moonlight, flicking their tails as if editing the reflections for clarity. Pebbles at the bottom arranged themselves in orderly gossip, each a tiny governor insisting on local stability. You lean close and the water informs you with polite authority. Do not throw, do not muddle, do not pretend that shortcuts exist. Cleanliness here is not a rule. It's a relationship in which both sides bring their best manners. Under a trellis of vine and starfruit, a gardener kneels like a quiet syllable in a long sentence. His basket glows with pomegranates, each one a universe signed by seeds. He murmurs to the soil as if it were an elderly aunt with good stories and practical advice. When he notices you, his nod is the professional smile of someone whose day has gone mostly according to plan. Tools rest at right angles on a cloth. Nothing here slouches. Across a tiled square, a pavilion waits with its shadow folded neatly beneath it. Cushions line the ledge, cedar beams polish the air with scent, and the corners frame slices of the night like 4 patient windows on the same friendly sky. Sitting feels like joining a team that has already decided to win by not hurrying. A tray arrives with a kettle whose steam writes gentle punctuation in the air, and a cup of diluted wine that thinks more about conversation than bravado. Between cypress and date palm, the breeze rehearses the quiet theater of relief. Leaves talk in a dialect of rustle and hush, a duet that tells your shoulders to stop auditioning for the role of armor. An irrigation channel passes not far away, its edges trimmed to the kind of straight that does not bully. You realize that the lines and angles, so strict on first glance, actually serve softness. Order here is hospitality disguised as math. Nearby, a square pool holds the sky steady. Stars sink into its calm surface and learn to float. The moon shows up for rehearsal without insisting on top billing. Ducks practice elegant geometry with beaks and ripples, composing proofs that end in contentment. A child's laugh drifts over from a servant's courtyard and lands like a tiny bell that refuses to be rude. Without being told, your breath chooses the tempo of the water. Around a bend, the path becomes crushed shell, pale as a memory of sea the desert still keeps in a hidden pocket. Steps on this surface make a courteous whisper, the opposite of boots on a parade ground. In the screened recess of a bench, you spot a clay amphora sweating like a hard-working saint. The cup beside it suggests hydration as an ethical practice, and when you drink, the coolness arrives not as a splash but as an agreement. Elsewhere, a quartet of channels meets at a carved stone center, a little compass rose teaching water how to have a plan. Each runnel bears a specific mood, fast, thoughtful, playful, deliberate, and yet all of them arrive with equal respect. You can hear the engineering without seeing it. Uphill somewhere, a cannock gathers mountain water and escorts it underground, shaded from sun and nonsense, until it can enter the garden like a well-behaved guest. Later, a pair of nightingales improvise courteous gossip from the mulberry branches. Their duet rides the narrow canals the way a candle flame rides still air. You are not assigned a role in their concert, which is the whole gift. Participation tonight means listening well enough that the singers don't feel crowded. The song finishes on a note that seems to say, if patience had feathers, it would sound like this. Sometimes the path pauses at a threshold, a bare line of stone, where you are meant to stand still and look. One view gathers a run of cypress like a procession that forgot to be solemn. Another frames the delicate arc of a wooden bridge under which the water rehearses coolness for summer afternoons. The garden is directing your gaze the way a kind teacher directs a hand. Light guidance, big returns. Often a scent floats into your thoughts before your nose notices its source. Jasmine dreams near a wall warmed by the day. Rosemary shakes hands with your memory of kitchens that made you hopeful about supper. Crushed mint proposes that a single leaf can improve the arc of an evening. Smell, in this place, is a sentence that ends in confidence rather than argument. Instead of statues shouting about victories, the garden displays tools that whispered people into lasting comfort. A bronze ladle balanced on a ledge, a rake with teeth that learn to be gentle, a coil of rope that smells of rain. The trophy here is shade. The prize is a reliable path for water. The parade is a stream. Further on, an orchard performs a soft aria in moonlight. Fig, quince, and apricot compose chords you can almost taste, and a pear tree stands like a librarian with pockets full of sugar. You remember hearing that the gardeners graft branches from one tree onto another to persuade flavor into better conversations. Innovation here refuses drama. It prefers a small knife, clean cuts, and patience measured in seasons. Perhaps the most persuasive thing tonight is the silence that answers your curiosity without scolding it. Questions walk beside you with hands in pockets. How does a desert empire talk its way into this much green? How does geometry cure restlessness? How do canals make promises without sounding like rules? The garden nods toward the channels and toward the men and women who keep them unarguably clean. The answers are not academic. They are irrigated. Before long, a steward meets you with the kind of smile that carries messages without spilling them. He guides you to a marble slab carved shallowly so water can slide across it in a sheet as thin as a thought. On nights of festival, he tells you, lamps sit along the edges and the water behaves like liquid mirror, returning each flame with perfect grammar. Tonight the slab offers only moonlight, and that is more than enough to teach your eyes how to rest without falling asleep. Above the far hedge a small tower peaks, not a fort but a watchpost for gardeners who prefer to see patterns from a loftier angle. Climb, politely, and the plan of paradise unfolds like the inside of a drawn breath. You can trace the fourfold symmetry with your gaze. Watch how paths tuck and emerge. Observe how water is taught to consider gravity a suggestion rather than an order. From here the garden's thesis reads clearly, order is not the enemy of wonder. It is the stagehand that keeps wonder from tripping. Within a shaded kiosk, a calligrapher has brought his small desk to the cool air. Ink breathes from the jar like an herb, and his reed pen narrates smooth curves across paper that accepts strokes with grateful composure. He writes phrases about truth walking in straight lines and kindness bending when bending helps. You recognize the palace's handwriting in his script. Calm, precise, friendly to pauses. Outside the pavilion, two apprentices practice the ancient sport of timing. One opens a sluice with a wooden wedge. The other counts under his breath until the far runnel reaches a tiny marker stone. They will adjust tomorrow's flow for the beds that need more and the beds that can wait, and they take this arithmetic as seriously as anyone making laws. You watch the wedge drop into place, hear the water catch its new assignment, and feel the whole garden nod. A city-wide version of a well-made bed. Beside a low wall, a tapestry hangs to air, its weave smelling faintly of dye and stories. Patterns in blue and ochre carry diagrams of leaves and routes of birds, and you trace them with a finger hovering just above the threads. Art here is not decoration. It is a notepad the world uses to remember itself. The tapestry returns indoors, but the memory of its pattern seems to stay in the hedge as if hedges, too, can memorize. Amid the herbal beds, a small brazier keeps a cautious flame that behaves like a candle with a postgraduate degree. A priest of quiet temperament tends it, not with sermon but with the kind of attention that refuses to count boredom as a moral category. Fire and water, opposites to people who enjoy arguments, become colleagues in this garden, each protecting the other's dignity by existing carefully. You do not step too near. Appreciation knows where to stand. Eventually, a storyteller drifts through with a basket of walnuts and a pocket full of gentle jokes. He tells you about a king who tried to hurry a pomegranate and learned that seeds negotiate only with time. He tells you about a canal that refused to run straight until a child named it after a grandmother who hated quarrels. Laughter sits easily on the stones and then wanders off to bed, leaving behind the pleasant echo a courtyard keeps for mornings that need it. Finally, the notion of paradise decides to introduce itself properly. Language reminds you that the word started here, behind walls where order and generosity shook hands and stayed friends. The enclosure is not to keep people out. It is to give the wind a syllabus and water a calendar. The garden is the shape of gratitude, and walking it is how gratitude practices being real. Afterwards, the moon chooses a personal angle to loan each leaf a little silver. A page swishes by with towels folded into mathematical promise, bound for the bathhouse that hides under a clump of figure. Warmth will meet cool stone there, and steam will practice writing short essays on the subject of relief. You do not follow. Privacy belongs to the tired. Instead, you sit and let your pulse find a pace that plants would approve of. Thereafter, a feast of small noises edits itself into a lullaby. Water braiding, leaves answering, sandals brushing, distant harp remembering an earlier chorus. You find a corner where night has saved a seat and let your body agree to be furniture for a while. Thoughts arrive diplomatically, present their credentials, and if they're noisy, they learn to whisper or come back tomorrow. The garden takes your worries' rough edges and sands them with time. Henceforth, at least for as long as you are a guest here, you consider impatience a weed best pulled while still small. The gardeners can spot it at 10 paces, these little seedlings of rush and fret. A tiny tug, a small tidy, and the bed looks ready again for good habits. You practice this with your breathing, plucking moments of hurry and setting them gently in the compost where even haste can turn into nourishment. Thereupon a low doorway opens onto a half-sunken court where oranges hang like festival lanterns invented by trees. A pool at the center holds a dish of petals that pretend to be a boat, and a stone bench offers a view that was designed to invite long sentences. A musician tries 3 notes on a flute and then stops, as if the garden answered back, "Excellent. Now let's just keep those inside your chest as a private orchestra." Therein you study how shade chooses sides. Pergolas cast striped patience across the walkway. Walls pour deeper, steadier coolness into seated corners. Tree crowns scatter their generosity in coins of light and coins of shadow. You experiment with sitting here, then there, and learn that the best seat tonight is the one the air likes. The lesson is duplicatable in offices, kitchens, awkward conversations. Hereafter you move like someone who has discovered the right tempo for switching lanes in a crowded bazaar without anybody bumping elbows. The garden rehearses courtesy, and your body remembers the choreography. When you meet a servant carrying a stack of folded cloth, you step sideways without pressure. When a cat chooses the middle of the path for a nap, your route redraws itself because a kingdom that can move water gently can move a person gently too. Thus, the theological rumor you've heard becomes a friendly thesis. Making and maintaining order, especially of the soft, helpful kind, is a form of devotion. Water is not a slave. It is a colleague whose talents are best used when everyone behaves. Fire is not a bully. It is a specialist signed to the project. Plants are not decorations. They are citizens with responsibilities paid in oxygen and patience. You find this vision easier to believe by lantern light than by argument. Likewise, the human parts of paradise turn out to be maintenance, not miracles. The gardener's hands carry small nicks that look like footnotes. Their sandals shine with the polish of repetition. Their jokes are tidy, not because they are timid, but because loudness wastes breath needed by pruning. Every gesture tonight seems to say, paradise is a verb. Nevertheless, the garden does not scold the desert. It negotiates with it. Sun gets the day, shade gets the hours that save faces from squinting. Heat gets the afternoon, water claims the moments that make evenings gentle. Dust wins sometimes, brooms answer. All of it feels like a treaty that prefers amendments to battles, and you begin to suspect the best laws are the ones that don't need to be shouted. Granted, not every corner grew this way by accident. Engineers measured, priests advised, workers dug, and someone with a vision stood long enough in the dust to imagine green arriving with dignity. You feel gratitude for that particular stubbornness, the sort that refuses to be grand and therefore accomplishes things that stay done. Moreover, your own attention finds a rhythm worth keeping. Notice the small, choose the gentle, repeat the helpful. Channels are honest teachers. They don't lecture, they demonstrate flow. Hedges remind comradeship does not require identical leaves. Stone benches hold still long enough that even a restless mind might consider stillness a realistic option. Additionally, a servant leads you to a small door in the garden wall and taps twice. It opens onto a narrow corridor cool as a whispered secret, a service passage the water uses to wander unseen. You follow a few steps, enough to feel how the outside heat has been set aside like a cloak near a hearth. The corridor returns you to the main path with the politeness of a good guide who knows when to disappear. Consequently, your sense of the palace changes shape. Throne room grandeur settles in your memory like a formal portrait. Garden quiet, however, moves in like family. The empire's face, it turns out, includes gardening hands and sluice wedges, mulberry branches that listen to the moon, and channels that spell the word patient without mistake. You walk slower because hurrying would now feel like a mispronunciation. There's a final corner you almost miss. A square of ground given to wildflowers, less disciplined than their neighbors and no less beloved. Bees run their tiny airlines. Moths open brief paper wings. A lizard tests its royal right to sun-warmed stone. Paradise, the gardeners admit with a shrug you can hear, includes a place where not every plan is allowed to win. You exhale, grateful that even perfection gets a weekend. Dawn unfolds like a silk curtain as the city shakes sleep from its shoulders and the market exhales into being. One awning at a time, canvas blooming out of shadows like petals deciding the day has earned color. Streets gather momentum, pebbles clicking under sandals, cartwheels practicing their polite rattle, and a chorus of low greetings rippling from doorway to doorway, the way a breeze chooses leaves. Vendors begin with choreography more exact than any drumline. Poles slot into sockets, ropes cinch with a hiss, scales take their place like priests opening liturgy, and every table becomes a stage on which olives, figs, copper ladles, and brocade will give speeches about value. Language stretches and yawns, then puts on bracelets. Old Persian checking prices, Elamite laughing in the corner, Aramaic easing negotiations like oil on the hinge of a stubborn door, and Greek wandering through with a tourist's vocabulary and a philosopher's curiosity. Between lanes of spices, a perfumer uncorks a future you can smell. Crushed roses, bitter orange, a smudge of smoke that belongs to last night's brazier, and a shy guest appearance by cardamom that makes your lungs sit up straighter. Baskets of dates sit like polite comets, sugar dark and promising. while pomegranates display a quiet smugness, round as syllables that know they end every sentence sweetly. From a shaded stall, a weaver lifts a cloth whose blue learned its seriousness from lapis, and whose red remembers the sunset as if the sky were a fabric shop. Saffron keeps to a small jar the way a strong idea keeps to a single sentence. No need to shout when a whisper changes the room. Knot by knot, a knot maker ties loops for camel tack and household cords, his hands moving so calmly that the rope appears to be growing itself, patient as a vine that has studied mathematics. Somewhere near the center, the inspector of weights performs his morning ritual. Brass stones touch air, measure rods align, balances sigh into levelness, and the community quietly relaxes because fairness has clocked in. Nearby, a money changer flicks coins so deftly they seem to levitate. Little suns with different emperors trimmed on their faces, each disc a passport through regional accents of commerce. Under a striped awning, a storyteller warms up with a few vowels and watches his walnut audience nod along, deciding which tale fits a morning of bargaining. A fable about two jars learning friendship, or a travel story in which hospitality outweats distance. Past the coppersmith, hammers begin to speak in friendly octaves, not a clamor but a conversation. Each ping a syllable of shape as bowls slowly find their roundness and pans discover the correct depth for comforting stews. Across the entrance to the caravanserai, new dust steps into the city with travelers attached. Bactrian merchants leading shaggy patients on two humps, Lydian dealers wearing the smug grin of people who always find a buyer, and a Phoenician whose hands smell of cedar even on his day off. Inside the cool courtyard, couriers sign wax with names that travel faster than feet, and letters pass between hands with the reverence usually reserved for sacred objects or the last piece of bread at a crowded table. Later, when bargaining heats like a skillet, you feel the market teach a negotiation style that keeps dignity intact. Start with a joke gentle enough to survive the morning, move through your offer like a dancer who knows the floor, and end with a handshake that has room for tomorrow. Toward the fruit quarter, women weigh apricots in their palms as though judging poems by heft, and children pass information faster than any crier. Where the sweetest melon hides, which stall trades extra herbs for a good story, who has a jar of honey that tasted like sunshine remembered. Along the spice lane, cinnamon arranges itself into tidy quills. Pepper waits with the poise of a tiny general. Cumin hums an earthy bass line, and turmeric sneaks in like a quiet cousin who nevertheless brightens the entire family portrait. Before noon, the heat presses its seal on the market and awnings stretch to accommodate, throwing larger islands of shade that make negotiating feel less like a duel and more like a picnic at which everyone knows how to share. Over by the scribe's table, contracts draft themselves under his disciplined hand. Purchase here, delivery there, witness names like anchors in the lines, and a clause about rain because the sky still does what it wants even when humans pretend to plan. Beyond the amphor cellar, a debate on olive oil achieves near philosophical heights. First press versus second, the integrity of the jar's glaze, the moral character of a grove that gets dawn instead of afternoon, and somehow the argument ends with laughter and a reduced rate. Finally, a tall customer wearing travel dust like a respectable cloak asks in careful Aramaic whether he might borrow a translator, and a boy of 12 raises a hand. His grin the kind that can interpret coins, promises, and 3 versions of almost. Crates arrive smelling like far horizons. Tin that remembers mountains, incense that traveled dressed as a rumor, and bright glass beads that catch light and throw it back with improved grammar. Voices tuck around each other like threads in a loom. A seller's confidence here, a buyer's cautious hope there, and the translator's little breath that keeps the weave from snarling. Every few steps, a sampler plate offers understanding to your tongue. goat cheese like a polite cloud, flatbread wearing the faint smile of charcoal, and pickled vegetables that diplomatically wake every corner of your mouth. Tokens of measurement anchor attention. Cubits measured on smooth sticks, fingers arriving at estimates that behave, and a ledger that frowns when numbers attempt gymnastics they haven't trained for. A pair of donkeys negotiate rights of way with long-suffering wisdom, while their handler conducts traffic using exactly 3 words and a whistle that sounds older than the city. Chocolate does not exist here, but dates dipped in sesame pretend successfully, and your sweet tooth accepts the impersonation with gratitude generous enough to honor the effort. Goldsmiths whisper to metal, so it will relax into bracelets, and stones blush under rubbing cloths, persuading envy to take notes for later rather than interrupt the day. Harbors may be far away, yet a sailor's song reaches the plaza on the back of a trader who misses his boat. The melody smells faintly of tar and stubborn optimism. Negotiation becomes theater where the stage tells stories about fairness. The seller explains the comb's teeth with the devotion of a teacher. The buyer scripts a future in which a daughter's hair learns to listen, and the price discovers it can behave kindly. Granaries, visible from the far edge, remind the crowd that markets rest upon stomachs not going empty. Grain sacks keep their own sort of time, a calendar that counts to next harvest with the patience of stone. Public notices nail themselves to a board nobody owns but everybody reads. Repairs on the bridge, a lost goat with a dignified personality, a wedding whose musicians demand applause in advance. Ink fingers pass a damp cloth and trade jokes about the day they spelled a satrap's name wrong and lived, because the satrap's wife had spelled it wrong first and laughed louder than the men. A section given to pottery gleams like a sunrise made of earth. Bowls glazed in ocean, cups with rims as smooth as practiced apologies, jars broad-shouldered enough to store winter's confidence. 2 old friends debate whether the road teaches patience or simply collects it, and a 3rd friend interrupts to sell them school supplies for their grandchildren, thus turning philosophy into stationery. Riddles drift like pollen. Which weighs more, the promise to return or the promise to forgive the promise if the road misbehaves? A child answers, whichever one still fits in the pocket after sunset, and wins a date for wisdom. Bakers produce loaves in shapes that remember the sun they rose under, and the air signs a treaty with hunger so that no one starts a fight while the crust still crackles. Cooks test skewers with the gravity of astronomers, deciding when the stars are aligned for turning. A drop of lemon arrives on cue, and cumin applauds politely. Water is sold by the cup with reverence. A runner fills and returns in quiet loops, never spilling, as if even droplets have names that deserve to arrive intact. Stories by their own rent as a bard sings about a caravan caught in a cheerful sandstorm where everyone got lost together and found themselves at the same well by agreeing that the well must be where they already were. Shade takes attendance as noon raises its eyebrows, and awnings stretch again. The market keeps its temper, and bargaining cools into afternoon's long vowels. Lists that lived in heads migrate to hands. Purchases nest together like tame birds, and parcels gain twine belts that make them look confident about their destinies. An argument about dye turns into a color lesson held up to the sun. Even the inspector stops to learn when the weaver explains purple as a mood that grows out of blue's hope plus red's courage. Justice wears a modest cloak here. A small panel of elders handles a quarrel over a dropped jar and a startled goat. Restitution arrives as a new jar, a handful of dates, and a promise to teach the goat about sudden noises. Songs from the craftsman thicken into harmony, and a new apprentice learns to hit the iron at the exact moment it admits its mistakes. Sparks give speeches about transformation then fade into memory without resentment. Nightfall folds itself into the lanes like a polite shawl as a small procession turns from the market's last lamplight toward a modest doorway set with pale stone and careful script. And torch tips bow in the breeze as if greeting someone the wind respects. Threshold stones shine where countless careful soles have taught them the grammar of entry. Sandals slip off with soft thuds, and the leather remembers every prior visit with a loyalty that doesn't need words. Inside the vestibule, a bowl of clean sand receives stray ash, and a narrow bench hosts the day's worries while a basin invites traveling dust to become a story the water will keep. Hand to coolness, breath steadied, you let the place suggest its tempo. Flames live beyond the inner screen, not as spectacle but as citizenship. A golden core whispers at the pace of prayer while outer tongues perform the smallest acrobatics, bright without swagger, awake without impatience. Steady as a heartbeat the night can trust. Attendants move like respectful commas in a long sentence, robed in white that doesn't brag, faces calm as door lintels that have seen centuries and grown fond of the hinge. A nod, a step, a folded hand. Everything here edits noise into meaning. Incense has the personality of a gentle librarian, ordering the air without scolding it. A hint of cedar, a memory of frankincense, and a clean undertone like new linen teach your lungs to read the room. Acolytes carry small bundles of dry wood the way a courier carries good news, wrapped to keep crumbs from wandering, lifted with tongs that prevent fingers from telling stories the fire didn't ask to hear. Even kindness has boundaries here, and boundaries feel like kindness. Ritual introduces itself without fanfare. Sweep in slow arcs to escort yesterday's ash to its resting jar. Tap the brass rim, once, twice, to say, "I am here," and offer the new fuel from the correct side so the flame's opinion of you remains gently approving. Silence works as the lead musician, and every other sound follows. A brush's hush on stone. A ladle touching a lip, bell metal answering with a single syllable that lands and folds itself, content to be enough. Philosophy, in this room, wears work clothes. Big words shrink into sensible habits. Truth spoken, promises kept, clean hands before touching anything that remembers heat, and a gaze that knows when to be warm and when to be modest. Kitchen lessons sneak in as theology's favorite cousins. Stir counterclockwise because tradition says it keeps things honest. Store coal covered so it doesn't gossip into the room. And wipe the ladle's handle so sweat never learns the recipe by accident. Clothing matters, but only insofar as it tells the fire, "I took you seriously today." Threads lean light so ash has nowhere rude to land. And veils keep breath from falling onto the flame the way an uninvited opinion might fall into a conversation meant to stay quiet. Water stands nearby like an honored elder, present, powerful, and never asked to do chores beneath its dignity. No spitting, no rinsing pots of mischief, no introducing impurities to a guest that the city counts as sacred kin. Street habits, from earlier, adapt quickly under this roof. The bargaining tone softens into a voice used for reading bedtime stories to anxious minds, and footsteps practice being readable rather than fast. Speed is not suspicious here, but patience is fashionable. Truth receives promotion from motto to method. When a vow is spoken in this light, it exits the mouth like a bridge rather than a balloon, built to carry weight tomorrow, and the fire listens without blinking, a witness that never learns boredom. Vendors from the market drift in one or two at a time with the shyness of people who bargain all day and prefer not to haggle with the sacred. A cloth seller stands at the edge, touches forehead to knuckles, and lets the day's numbers compost into quieter arithmetic. Children arrive on whispering feet, taught to treat the place like a sleeping giant with good manners. A priest bends to their height and shows how a hand becomes an envelope for breath if you must cough, turning the body into a partner rather than a hazard. Care for the flame becomes care for everything else by contagion. After 2 minutes in this air, you are the sort of person who folds a blanket so the next person finds it easier to be human, and you surprise yourself by liking that version of you. Memory glides along the walls in carved motifs, winged guardians and tidy borders, as if reminding flesh that attention has always been a form of architecture. Keep your lines clean, and people can live inside you without tripping. Dawn, though still far away, has a seat reserved. Night here is not an ending but an intermission during which repairs are made, tools are oiled, and hearts rehearse the lines they will speak when the sun asks for courage again. Practice repeats without becoming repetitive. The tongs lift, the coal slides, the spark agrees, and the flame rewards diligence with a posture that says, "I am confident in your competence, tiny human." Meanwhile, a soft chant moves like a river under thick ice, audible only if you lean your attention without leaning your body. Syllables of an old tongue, bright as pebbles in shallow water, keep company with the crackle until both become one music. Somewhere a bell lifts a single note and puts it down again, the way a teacher places a finger on the spine of a page to mark where everyone should begin. Talk, if it happens at all, travels under that note like respectful foot traffic under a bridge. Overhead, beams play host to shadow puppets cast by flame. Animals stride, leaves perform, and once a shape that looks suspiciously like a laugh skitters across the ceiling, reminding you that reverence and joy share a fence and borrow sugar from each other nightly. Beyond the screen, an older priest folds a strip of clean cloth across his mouth and nose before approaching. Not because breath is sinful, but because the flame deserves a room free of unnecessary opinions. The cloth is not a muzzle, it is a courtesy. Finally, the elder turns and gestures with 2 fingers, an invitation for you to step closer to the line where watching becomes learning. Shoes remain at the threshold, and your mind toes the same boundary with gratitude that someone drew it at a sensible distance. Nightfall inside your thoughts calms further as the elder begins, voice low enough that the flame doesn't feel upstaged. Treat this as a citizen, he implies without sermon. No sooty jokes, no sloppy favor, only tidy companionship. You nod, surprised that your neck knows this language. Devotion here is ergonomics for the soul. Threshold lessons tighten into practicalities. Fuel must be dry and not borrowed from yesterday's clutter, his hands explain. Tools must be unconfused. Tongs for fire, ladle for oil, brush for ash, so that nothing forgets its job and tries moonlighting. The choreography feels familiar after a moment, like the market's morning setup conducted in whispers. Inside the metal ring that frames the burner, ash settles like old stories that learn to be polite. The brush moves them toward the jar labeled with a sigil that looks like a tidy wind. Nothing is thrown away. Everything is escorted. Even goodbye becomes a ritual that saves the room from feeling abandoned. Flames accept the new wood without tantrum because the offer arrives clean, deliberate, introduced by a soft tap of the tongs on the brazier's lip. Ahem, may we? And then a pause that lets the fire decide. Consent, even for embers, turns out to be excellent policy. Attendants orbit at a respectful distance, and when one passes near water, the bowl receives a nod as if it were a diplomat on whom the city depends. No one dumps, no one splashes, no one pretends rivers are trash chutes. A colleague is a colleague, whether liquid or lit. Incense returns in a smaller voice, thread-like. Smoke lifts straight because doors stand where drafts shouldn't. The room teaches the difference between hidden and tidy. Hidden is a trick. Tidy is a promise that can be verified at any hour. Acolytes at the side shelf keep a log with strokes as slim as ladder rungs. Wood added, ash jar sealed, wick replaced, tongs polished. The ink behaves, and so does the handwriting. Accountability here doesn't stress anyone. It's simply a polite way to remember the choreography tomorrow. Ritual widens into life advice you didn't realize you were asking for. Move slowly enough that the next person can guess your plans. The elder's cadence suggests. Name your tools, then let them rest in the same place every night. Give thanks the size of a cup, not a flood. Floods are exhausting. Silence down the corridor is thinner, friend-like. A mat receives knees that prefer not to be dramatic. A short prayer arrives already practical. May hands choose clean labor. May words arrive accurate and depart generous. May we step away from things that stain the city's breath. Philosophy leans back and lets housekeeping speak. Keep hair tied when flames need a clear sky. Burn no bone, no trash, no sadness. Feed only what the fire can turn into light without acquiring enemies. If someone is grieving, escort them here only after the world has put its sharpest edges to bed. Kitchen talk pops up again like a cousin who can cook. Oil is measured by spoon, not by mood. Cloths are rinsed outdoors where the night won't resent a damp floor. The broom belongs to the doorway and the brush belongs to the altar. And if they ever feel tempted to trade jobs for thrill, someone gently reminds them that thrills are for festivals. Clothing of visitors ranges from merchant brown to court cream, yet all of it seems to agree to be quiet. Belts unbuckle to keep nothing dangling over heat. Scarves settle. You notice how the room removes the exclamation point from wardrobe and replaces it with a period that feels content. Water, gently shining, waits for questions nobody asks. Its dignity is not just rhetoric. The city's best stories come from canals that never had to forgive insults. A sign carved smaller than a thumb says, in effect, respect is cheaper than repair. The point lands, tidy as a folded napkin. Street noise wanders by outside and thinks better of intruding. Even dogs adjust their barks to mezzo piano. A passing cart scuffs the stones with the kind of apology only wheels can make, and the building accepts without reduction in esteem. Truth takes a seat near the back where it can observe without hogging attention. In this light, lies look like unwashed dishes and correct themselves from embarrassment rather than fear. Promises grow unadorned, sturdy as a good stool. Vendors who arrive after closing walk lighter than they did at noon. The rug seller releases a sigh that weighed as much as a full roll in the sun. The olive woman sets down a jar and lets the glass take the day into storage so her spine can borrow ease from the floor. Children hovering near the door learn right-sized curiosity. The priest shows them how to greet the flame like a polite teacher. Eyes soft, hands still, mouth not auditioning for a wind instrument. Their small shoulders imitate what shoulder blades do when peace puts a hand there. Care lessons extend. Return tools to their hook so the next shift doesn't go hunting in a room where hunting has poor manners. Cap the oil before conversation because attention starts arguments when it is invited to two parties at once. Take 3 breaths before concluding anything because conclusions adore patience. Memory reaches back to stories of roadside fires where travelers warmed a hand and traded news. Then forward to tomorrow's kitchen lamps and workers' brazier at dawn. The sacred here is not exotic. It is the familiar executed with uncommon respect. Dawn's rumor thickens toward reality as the room's light learns its morning lines. The elder hums again, and the flame answers like a choir that likes the director. Tasks close gracefully. Ash jar sealed, wick trimmed, log recorded, door blessed with a palm that refuses to be theatrical. Practice asks for one last kindness. Carry calm into the lanes. The embers you watched are now permissions you carry. permission to speak only as much heat as the day can use, permission to keep water's name clean, permission to be the person who notices when a space needs a small fix no one else will get around to. Meanwhile, the doorway sends you back into the slow river of street, where bread smells volunteer to be your first prayer, and the sky's first blue behaves like new cloth. The rules inside are not rules anymore. They are muscles that know their job. Somewhere between temple and bakery, a neighbor trips a little on the uneven flagstone and apologizes to the ground. Your body remembers the tong's patience and answers by reaching a steadying hand rather than a lecture. Nobody claps, but the morning gets kinder. Overhead a kite, wood and paper, hesitates against the first breeze, held by a child who waited all night to show the sky what string can do. The moment reads like commentary on the fire. Held, guided, given room, beauty learns to hover without burning anything. Beyond the square, laundry lines wake up to their duty and flags practice being cheerful. Buckets queue at the fountain and trade jokes at a volume that leaves water in charge of its own dignity. Someone sweeps a doorstep in arcs copied from the altar brush, and you smile because patterns prefer to travel. Finally, the city lifts itself fully into day, unaware that your footsteps have been enrolled into quiet grammar. The flame is now a rumor in your rhythm. Cups clink more politely because you set them down as if the room were listening. When the sun peers around the roofline with its usual lack of subtlety, your heart answers with its new favorite sentence. Steady, clean, kind. Nightfall returns 12 hours later, and in its pocket the day finds the little rules still folded where you left them. Co-workers talk with less shove. Doors learn to close like sentences ending in trust. A stray ember of irritation is spotted early and escorted to the ash jar known as a glass of water and a walk. The city will not write a poem about you, but the broom hums an approving rhyme, and that is better, because brooms know what stands between surfaces and chaos. Thresholds multiply once you learn to see them. Door sills, first sentences, the moment between hearing and answering. Each little line asks for the same small courtesies. Pause, notice, choose. The temple was one room. The city is a temple shaped like tomorrow. Inside the home, the lamp is trimmed with a patience licensed by the altar's example. Smoke exits neat, and the wick, having learned humility, glows at a wattage your eyes can enjoy without filing complaints. Dinner tastes subtly like everyone tried not to rush one another. Flames in the brazier outside a neighbor's workshop receive the new shavings of cedar and purr like a well-fed cat. Someone says a joke that would have been sharper yesterday, and the room sands it into friendliness before it leaves the mouth. Attendants of the public bathhouse, overheard later, repeat the same grammar to one another. Clean before clean, hot then cold, quiet where quiet can work. Their sentences carry the accent of the fire room, even when they speak about towels and buckets and the shaving bench. Incense is not required at home, but a pinch finds its way into the corner where worries tend to sit, and the smoke's narrow handwriting writes the word enough in slow loops. You read it and believe it, perhaps for the first time that week. Acolytes off duty laugh in the bakery queue with apricot crumbs in their mustaches, their seriousness folded carefully in a pocket for later. The city trusts them because they have learned to trust the city with their relaxed faces. Everyone breathes better. Ritual continues to discover new jobs it can do without bossing anyone. A child learns to hold a cup with two hands, so the water feels respected. A widow rearranges her pantry in lines that whisper, findable at dusk. A young messenger wipes the seal stamp between clients because truth appreciates polish. Silence appears now as options rather than rules. A conversation pauses in time to catch a better word. A neighbor swallows a rumor before it sprouts legs. A craftsman recognizes the difference between banging and music and chooses the latter with a grin. Philosophy stops by again near midnight and finds you folding a blanket with ceremonial neatness. It chuckles quietly, pleased to see its best ideas living in the muscle rather than the mouth. This, it seems to murmur, is what a good thought looks like when it grows up. Kitchen work, done late, borrows the fire room's timing. Ladle, bowl, cloth, shelf. Each returns to its place as if the home were a small orchestra that prefers not to rehearse in front of the neighbors. Sleep appreciates order, and your pillow thanks the drawer that decided not to squeak. Clothing for tomorrow hangs ready, chosen less for proclamation than for cooperation. The city loves a smart robe, yet it loves more the person whose cuff doesn't dip into soup, whose sleeves stay out of the lamp, whose energy doesn't spill on other people's shoes. Water closes its night shift at the fountain with a sound like a satisfied book. No one has dumped mischief in it today. Everyone has drawn grace. A boy salutes the trough, and the trough, in its stone way, salutes back by remembering how to be cool in heat. Street lamps blink into their duties, and old men argue kindly about which priest hums in the most soothing key. The answer, obviously, is whoever hums near the door where I am. And everyone laughs because the joke returns truth dressed as a neighbor. Truth, last of the guests to depart, lingers like the nicest ember, radiating just enough to be felt without demanding applause. It will be here in the morning when lists start bragging, and it will help shrink those lists to a humane size. Vendors lock stalls with gestures that no longer look like defensiveness but like completion. Money sleeps, jars rest, scales look pleased to have spent a day proving themselves honorable. The night will dust everything with quiet, and in the morning quiet will wear apricots. Children slide into dreams that smell faintly of cedar and bread. In those dreams, fires are friends, not pets. Water is a relative. Tools are characters with loyal hearts. The adult world will spoil none of that tomorrow if enough grown-ups remember the temple's tone. Care finds new places to sit, over a threshold, on a step, under a sentence. It wears no badge, but it knows the map of the city by the arteries of attention and the capillaries of patience. When people step aside for one another in doorways, care claims the moment like a quiet flag. Memory will keep this chapter of your wandering because it was bright but not loud. The flame standing there, doing its ancient job, made a promise you could actually keep. Be steady where you are. Be clean in what you touch. Be kind to the elders named water and fire. Dawn returns as it does, and you find yourself walking toward the market with a slightly different posture. The night taught rules without raising its voice. The day will test them without malice. Somewhere between a jar of figs and a braid of garlic, you will set down a cup gently, and the world will thank you by not breaking. Practice continues long after you stop calling it practice. The flame remains at the temple, but it also lives in the way you listen, in the way you step back half a shoe width to let someone pass, in the way your tongue warms words before pouring them. Meanwhile, the Magi, not magicians but caretakers, carry on their small, tremendous work. They are not making the city holy. They are reminding the city it already knows how to be decent. A room with a flame is their station. The lanes with their people are their parish. Somewhere a quarrel will shrink because one person remembers to breathe into a hand before speaking. Somewhere a pot will not scorch because someone stirred counterclockwise and smiled. Somewhere a promise will endure because a witness without eyes, one that prefers heat to attention, watched it being made. Overhead, stars perform their endless inventory. The city sighs. A lamp goes out with agreeable grace. A child's kite sleeps under a stool. Tongs rest on a hook exactly where the hand, tomorrow, will reach without hunting. Nothing dramatic, just the repaired seams of the day turned inward to cool. Beyond the roofs, the desert inhales its cold and rehearses its morning glare. The walls keep the city's breath warm. The temple keeps the city's manners warm. The people, warmed, pass it on, which is how empires really survive. Tiny rules, well-liked, repeated until they turn into culture. Finally, as sleep loosens the last knots in the evening's net, the memory of the flame is a quiet coin in your pocket. Solid, weighty enough to notice, light enough to forget until fingers find it again and smile. Tomorrow it will buy patience at the price of a breath, and you will consider that the best bargain in town. Morning leans its shoulder against the hills while the city below finishes its first loafs and first lists, and a pale road threads upward toward a round silhouette that keeps itself modest against the sky. Switchbacks learn your rhythm as sandals find the friendliest stones. A faint breeze tugs robe and thought into simpler shapes, and the sun folds warmth into your back like a steady hand that means well. Distance from the market's noise turns into perspective rather than loneliness. Rooftops settle into woven geometry, canals glitter like tidy sentences, and the desert beyond sits with its honest emptiness, not sulking, simply being vast. Stone underfoot teaches step size and patience, and every pause gives the nose new news. Juniper in the seams, dust with a hint of salt from old seabeds, smoke thin as handwriting from kitchens beginning their daily poems. Gateposts appear, unadorned, objective, as if they prefer to underpromise, and a caretaker in undistracting linen nods with the gravity of someone who tends a threshold rather than guards a vault. Silence arrives as policy, not as punishment. Birds accept it, wind signs the agreement, and your throat chooses a quieter gear in the same way a river slows itself at a bend. Circle meets you first, then height. The tower's low wall draws a line so clean it feels like a blessing for geometry. One unbroken sentence around which the day can walk without tripping. Pathway stones brighten with sun as if remembering their origin, and a small shelf to the side carries offerings that aren't really offerings. Folded cloth, a jar for water, a sprig of something green, small, polite acknowledgments of all the hands that keep places gentle. Custom makes the rules here, quiet rules learned by bodies faster than by books. Step lightly, do not point with fingers, keep your thoughts kind as you would keep a lamp trimmed, and let breath carry respect the way a tray carries cups. Purpose sits in the open, neither shy nor flamboyant. The tower receives the dead into daylight and air, letting sun and wind and careful time do what earth and fire are asked not to do in this city's language of purity. Belief, you realize, has built a service ramp between grief and world order. Corpses, no gore, no drama, are understood as burdens best handled by elements that don't take offense and by caretakers trained to move like librarians with irreplaceable books. Stone platforms inside the circle mark patient rings, a thoughtful arrangement that keeps care organized. Sunlight charts the hours with soft certainty, and shadows lay out a neat curriculum for acceptance. Birds will above on quiet contracts. Nothing ravenous, nothing ghoulish, simply creatures doing ancient housekeeping in partnership with people who would rather not let fire or soil eat what purity invites to stay clear. Air carries a clean intensity, nothing sweet, nothing sour. A sky-flavored clarity that asks your lungs to join the choir at a volume called human, not heroic. Caretakers move in pairs, wrapped faces against the intimacy of breath, hands respectful as tongs in a temple. They are the city's professionals of tenderness, anonymous, skilled, and unembarrassed by the physicality of goodbye. Prayers do not compete for attention. They pass like breezes along stone, light enough to be ethical, steady enough to be heard by those who need their own words to stand beside someone else's without jostling. From this height, community becomes visible as texture rather than crowd. Courtyards open like slow flowers, streets negotiate corners without shouting, and the river far off braids silver through fields that look like well-combed hair. History steps into the conversation with palm-out humility. Towers like this keep order with minimal fuss across centuries, protecting water from defilement, fire from ingratitude, and soil from jobs it didn't volunteer for. Sunlight reminds you that grief and warmth can coexist without canceling. Skin absorbs one, mind carries the other, and the body, practical creature that it is, builds room for both without breaking. Geometry introduces kindness as a shape. Circles console because they have no corners to bruise. They imply continuation without demanding it, and standing within one feels like being in a sentence that refuses harsh punctuation. Stone benches along the wall hold sitters at a distance that keeps dignity intact. Nobody stares, nobody rushes, nobody inventories. Looking becomes keeping company rather than solving. Etiquette up here borrows from the fire room. Quiet shoulders, visible hands, breath that behaves. You recognize the accent and relax, grateful for a city whose sacred places agree on tone. Dog eyes appear briefly at a doorway, the Sagdid ritual kept humane and practical. A good creature's glance, ancient custom says, is a charm against whatever disorder tries to attach to the moment, and the animal pads away thinking only of shade and biscuits. Ossuary spaces remain unseen from where you stand. Work done later, tidily. Bones gathered respectfully after time has made everything lighter. Nothing sensational, only completion, like stacking dishes to let the counter rest. Stories you've heard in market lanes come back with softer edges. A family grateful for dry days because clouds make waiting longer. A widow who brings fresh cloth for the carriers because she prefers gratitude to helplessness. A child who learns to count shadows instead of counting days. Wind at the rim tastes like distance and returns hope in an everyday flavor. You sip it without ceremony, receiver of a gift that nobody owns and everyone borrows. Caretaker's tools wait in a lean-to. Poles smoothed by dutiful hands, stretchers clean as fresh sentences, baskets for cloths, a small ledger for times and names. A choreography of compassion recorded without fuss. Training here is not mysticism. It's ergonomics and decency. Lift together, break for water, speak softly even when nobody hears, and adjust the day's pace to the heat so grieving families never feel rushed or left behind. Language on the stone placards avoids fireworks and scolding. It offers reminders like, step mindfully, and let silence carry weight. The sort of phrasing that treats strangers like cousins who will learn if trusted. Memories sharpen at altitude. Faces come with their laughter intact, and your brain insists on keeping them as they were. The favorite joke, the way a brow lifted when surprised, because the tower is honest about absence but refuses to erase presence. Architecture presses the point that order can be gentle. No spikes, no intimidation. Just enough height to invite clear air and wide view. Just enough ring to teach symmetry. Just enough stone to keep feet steady while hearts do their unpredictable work. Birdsong remains strangely cheerful. Not disrespectful. Simply continuous. A soundtrack that says life likes to keep its hours even when humans signal intermission. Ritual here does not flatter grief into thinking it is the only business of the day. Rather, it writes grief into the city's calendar in clear ink so life can plan around it without pretending to forget. Pathways along the hill carry small caravans of the ordinary. Water carriers, bread bringers, relatives in twos and threes. Each step slower than market speed but faster than despair. Momentum is medicine. Work pauses when sun insists, and shade tent cloth flutters like a practical prayer. Dates and water come out, salt speaks to thirst, and conversation lowers itself to the tone of truth-telling. Visitors from other provinces sometimes arrive with careful curiosity. The caretaker explains without apologia. The city avoids polluting water, soil, and fire, so sky and time do the tender work, and the living keep promises to be clean and kind. Philosophy nods from the parapet. Elements are colleagues, not servants. Each deserves to do the job it does best without acquiring enemies. The dead are honored by letting the world remain unruined by their leaving. Grief looks different up here. Less crowded, more breathable. It wears sandals instead of boots and knows where to sit without blocking doorways. It learns to be a guest in a life that continues. Families speak in the grammar of hands. Smoothing cloth, passing cups, touching shoulders without the fuss of speeches. Words land when needed then rest, like birds on a low wall that don't need to announce everything they think. Memorial phrases prefer understatement. She kept promises. He liked the first figs. They remembered birthdays. Small truths that weigh correctly and don't pretend to summarize what cannot be summarized. City sounds climb faintly, hammer, camel bell, children reteaching a game to daylight, and the mix assures you that continuity is not cruelty. It is how the living pay respect without collapsing. Law meets custom in soft footing. No inspector hovers, no punishments lurk. The community enforces itself by example, and the example is kindness shaped like habit. Sky performs its heroic shift with no audience but the hill and a few attentive humans. Clouds slide, sun leans, blue deepens, and everything keeps its promises without turning it into theater. Shadows of the parapet walk the inner ring like thoughtful librarians doing rounds. Time is there if you need it, measured in shapes that ask for nothing and give enough. Caregivers swap duties without drama. The one with steadier knees on stairs trades with the one whose wrists never fumble. Learning here is a relay, not an audition, and the baton is always the gentle treatment of reality. Objects refuse to become relics. The stretcher is a stretcher, not a symbol. The jar is for water, not for meaning to pile on. Meaning belongs to people, and the place supplies room and decency. In the outer enclosure, a small room waits where families gather themselves before and after. Its tiles cool. Its ledge exactly the right height for backs that have carried more than usual. A pitcher stands there like a patient friend. A dog resting in the shade blinks approval at everyone equally, tail offering commentary of the wagging, non-judgmental variety. Sagdid, completed earlier, has already done its ancient job, and now the animal specializes in morale. Stories of heroes keep politely outside the circle. Here, ordinary people get the leading roles, and that feels true to life, which spends most of its budget on unsung steadiness. Wind chimes are absent by design. Nothing that rings owns this place except distant bells from the city and the quiet metal on metal of tools admitting they are ready. Names stay on tongues rather than on carved stone. This community remembers by cooking favorite recipes again, by telling jokes right, by taking care of neighbors who carry new quiet in their shoulders. Guidelines posted near the entrance do not sound like orders. They sound like trust. If uncertain, ask. If tired, rest. If crying, breathe with a friend. You know how to be here because someone believed you would want to learn. Return paths lead your steps down the hill at a human speed. The city grows larger without becoming heavier, and the river lengthens like a sentence that has found its rhythm. Hunger announces itself gently, and the date you eat on the way tastes like a treaty between sadness and sweetness. Your mouth votes yes without campaign speeches. Water at a mid-hill fountain honors the morning's lessons. You cup hands the clean way, let the first sip go to the throat as if giving the day a small toast, and watch a spill make a perfect dark flower on the stone. Children passing with baskets hush for a few strides because their mothers taught them this hill speaks softly. Then they resume their chatter about figs and puppies because the tower teaches the same lesson. Life continues and is allowed to be cheerful. A woman with salt-flecked hair meets your eye and nods a greeting that includes both of your errands without prying. Humanity at altitude turns into good manners without effort. By the lower gate, a small plaque thanks the wind for its diligence and the sun for its steady attendance. Gratitude here democratizes the cosmos without getting cute about it. Basket shadows check in with the wall as noon folds into afternoon. The tower's circle keeps its contract with the sky, while the hill's plants handle the practicalities of small roots and smaller flowers. Back in the lanes, the scent of bread and cumin leads you within reach of ordinary comforts. Grief does not vanish, but it learns to hold a cup while standing and to laugh when a joke correctly deserves it. Friends notice only what needs noticing. They do not audition pity, and they do not turn your mourning into their parable. A bowl appears, a seat is offered. Somebody tells a short story with the good timing that makes sadness and laughter share a plate. Evening plans quietly admit the tower to their logic. A candle at home bows its wick, and water in a basin enjoys the respect it was promised. And someone remembers to move the stool so nobody stubs a toe in the dark. Night lifts the city in its gentle palms, and the circle above becomes a soft idea rather than a silhouette. Stars take attendance without favoritism, and the hill answers present with a calm the rooftops appreciate. Dreams arrive later carrying a view from the parapet where air had opinions and kindness had geometry. Those dreams don't insist on anything. No moral, no thesis. Only a renewed competence at being a person in a world that keeps going. Next morning, someone somewhere folds a shawl for a neighbor who will need it on the hill. Someone else mixes barley for a family that forgot to plan dinner. And the city proves again that towers are not isolation. They are punctuation, and the sentence still holds. Seasons will rotate like courteous dancers. Summer will practice patience with heat. Autumn will give the hill an extra clarity that feels like fresh glass. Winter will hand the air to smaller birds that write tighter scripts, and spring will to the slope with green footnotes. Occasionally visitors from far capitals arrive and expect grandeur. The tower answers merely with competence, an architectural shrug that says, "This is enough," and the visitors leave strangely satisfied. Letters from relatives mention the morning in one line beside comments about the pomegranate harvest. The placement is perfect, because grief belongs in the same paragraph as bread, news, weather, and plans. Time after time the tower will keep doing what it does, and thanks will keep finding quiet mouths. The city will sleep with one eye on its own better habits, relearning them each day until forgetfulness gives up. Memory gathers this visit into the cabinet where you keep reliable thoughts. The circle that didn't try to be a hero, the wind that behaved like a professional, the people who let tenderness wear work clothes. Resolve picks up a simple tool. Handle your own small economies of purity. Trash to its proper place, water without insult, fire fed only with what loves burning, so that the city meets grief with fewer complications. Peace takes the last paragraph and edits it into daily use. A lamp trimmed well, a cup set down gently, a sentence spoken without extra heat, and a way of walking that makes space around other people's errands. Tomorrow or another day you will climb again or you won't. The tower does not keep score. It trusts the city to pass along its manners in the lanes, at the ovens, by the fountains, and under door lintels where thresholds keep their quiet promises. Sunrise promises to return, and the circle promises to be ready, and you, for your part, promise to treat the living with the same tenderness shown to the departing. Steady, clean, kind, because that is the real work the tower teaches without lecture. After the hilltop circle and its clear air, streets fold you back into the city's softer hum, and a small lane, stone patched with sunlight, delivers an invitation in the form of a wooden gate ajar. The plaque beside it is modest, a short line that reads like a neighbor's suggestion. Enter with clean thoughts, leave with lighter ones. Inside waits a courtyard where the day practices carefulness without turning fussy. A place where jars line a shaded wall and bundles of slender twigs rest on a tray as neatly as musical instruments between songs. Downstream from a fountain that speaks in steady syllables, benches keep their cool, and reed mats announce their willingness to host people, tools, and the friendly chaos of learning. A breeze wearing hints of mint explores the corners. A steward, sleeves rolled with calming geometry, greets with eyebrows that have worked here longer than anyone's sandals. His nod translates to, "Welcome. The rules here are mostly kindness with good lighting. Lanterns sleep on hooks for later. The sun, generous but not nosy, handles today's illumination." A low table in the center holds a brass bowl, a strainer, a cup with the seriousness of useful objects, and a small bell whose purpose is not drama but attention. On a shelf nearby, clay jars squat with companionable dignity, lids tied with string like tidy hats ready to be lifted when invited. Nothing glitters because nothing needs to sell itself. Everything offers service with the confidence born of repetition. Shelves along the east wall carry tools arranged in a grammar that even new eyes learn quickly. Ladles on the left, tongs next, cloths folded into obedient squares, twine in a bowl, and small bundles of twigs, barsam, the caretaker calls them, bound with a loop of reed. Labels hang from strings, clean for mixing, clean for carrying, clean for touching what will do the touching. It's housekeeping raised to hospitality, and hospitality promoted to philosophy. Ritual here wears work clothes, not costumes. A visitor enters with the kind of uncertainty that asks to be taught. The steward offers a smile and a bowl for the hands, then demonstrates a sequence fluent as a lullaby. Rinse, breathe, rinse again, dry with patience, step aside so the next person's day can begin its repair. The goal is not theater. It is alignment, body with room, room with city, city with the elements that keep it honest. Somewhere in the shadow of a fig tree, a priest in undistracting white checks the temperature of the shade and gives the twigs a look that reads like, "Thank you for being specific." His voice, when it arrives, is quiet and amused, a tone you recognize from people who can fix things without raising their pulse. He gestures to the jars and explains the simple hierarchy. Storage there, mixing here, application in the circle where feet know to whisper. Jars, the literal stars of the room, are not identical. Clay keeps the cool like a loyal friend. Bronze answers when warmth is needed. A lidded bowl in the corner waits to carry away what no longer belongs. Waste escorted, not shamed. The consecrated liquid is clear, herb-scented, and serious without being severe, mixed with water that came to the courtyard like a guest given the good seat. Even the ladle seems to ask permission before it moves. Labels do half the teaching, written in a hand that knows how to be legible without showing off. This jar remembers the words spoken over it. This bowl prefers calm hands. Twigs sit here while listening. Across cultures and centuries, the sentence objects have jobs makes people smarter. Here, the lesson is perfectly at home, like a cat who has decided which windowsill owns the best sunlight. Twigs, once anonymous branches, have been trimmed to the length tradition knows by heart. They come from a tree that likes to share, bound together like a tiny broom that's also a conductor's baton. The priest shows how to hold the bundle, fingers curved, wrist friendly, so the leaves or shaved stems can kiss air, not slap it. Dipped and lifted, they mark small arcs that look like someone tracing the shape of good manners into the day. Preparation begins with a bell so gentle it's almost a suggestion. One attendant steps forward to check that the floor understands itself. Dry where dry should be, damp only inside the circle where sprinkling happens. Another unwinds the cloth from the main jar with the gravity of a librarian opening a favored book. The priest speaks a string of syllables that sound like the river behaving, and the courtyard agrees by quieting its already quiet noises to listen more closely. Hands learn the choreography as if they've always known it. The priest dips the twigs and lets them write a dotted line of cool across wrists and brow, then across the air, defining a small, portable weather of calm. Sprinkles arrive as punctuation, light commas, kind periods. The liquid smells of plant and clean stone. It asks your skin to tell your thoughts to settle. No one rushes. The bell does not need to interrupt. Instructions travel in brief sentences that feel like short bridges over small streams. Stand there, please. Breathe for 4 heartbeats. Turn the palms up so they can agree with the sky. Let a drop choose your forehead. Nothing arcane, nothing that tries to be impressive. The impressive part is how much tidier the room feels after each small action, as if the entire courtyard were a single organism exhaling tension in sips. Music of the voice joins in without becoming a concert. 2 lines in the old tongue, thin, precise, friendly to the breath, rise and fall like gentle waves within reach of shore. The melody is barely there, a suggestion more than a command. Meaning, translated later by a helpful steward, boils down to, let what cleans be clean, let what carries carry, let what rests rest. The simplicity tastes like cold water in a good cup. Humor sneaks in at the edges the way sunlight corrects a gloomy corner. The priest cracks a joke soft enough to keep the liquid from feeling offended. Something about twigs keeping better pace than certain magistrates. Laughter arrives with the right shoes on. Light, respectful, leaving no footprints where footprints would be rude. Relief, it turns out, is excellent at cleaning places worry couldn't reach. Courtyard air thickens with attention in the best way, as residents arrive in 1s and 2s, each with a small reason for asking the day to be reset. A baker dusted in flour wants to start his oven with a clean promise. A midwife heading to work wants hands that speak trust in every gesture. A potter with glaze under the fingernails smiles at her reflection in the brass bowl and decides to become calmer on purpose. Distance between people shrinks but does not disappear. Boundaries here are gentle fences draped in flowering vines. The steward moves like a good usher at a theater, setting each person in a sight line that works for all. Courtesy is the architecture. Nobody performs virtue. They practice it like scales on an instrument. Watching becomes participating, and participating becomes a way of being helpful to the air. Questions surface like thoughtful fish. Why twigs? Why jars? Why this order? The priest answers with appetites for clarity. Twigs are polite to water and to the skin. Jars keep promises when lids are tied. Order lets the next person guess what you're doing before you bump into them. It's choreography, he says. For a city that prefers dance to elbows. The reply sounds like it has thought about elbows and made its peace. Philosophy, invited without ceremony, leans against the pillar and contributes in prose. What we call purity is how we choose to manage the world's feelings, the priest says. Fire has boundaries. Water has dignity. Earth has a palate, air has memory. Treat them like colleagues who write good letters of recommendation. You recognize this tone from the fire room, from the tower, from the garden, the same family of ideas wearing different clothes for different jobs. Practice continues. A merchant who handled old textiles asks for a simple sprinkling before visiting a friend with a newborn. A courier who rode hard wants dust escorted off his shoulders, so the letter's message arrives without delivering his miles. A teacher asks the twigs to remind her voice to stay soft during arithmetic. Each request fits the same bowl. The service is not special. The service is steady. Neighborhood rumor contributes a case study. Yesterday a jar cracked at a street corner, and sticky sweetness walked everywhere it wasn't invited. The cleanup visited here first. Twigs dipped and carried away. Rags damped and wrung with a courtesy that kept the gutter from learning bad manners. The lane looks normal again today, the kind of normal you only notice if someone fails to deliver it. Clean in this city is an infrastructure like roads. Mistakes belong here too. When a newbie reaches for the wrong ladle, the steward's hand arrives halfway, an interception disguised as a compliment. That one's for carrying sweetness, he murmurs, offering the other. Let's keep its resume simple. A laugh blinks in the visitor's eyes. The room, if rooms could grin, grins. Correction without sting makes learning sticky in the right way. Craftsmen stop by between tasks, each carrying the day's honest stains. The metalworker with soot on his cuffs. The dyer with fingers the color of twilight. The scribe whose inky thumbprint has located one too many temples of the forehead. The sprinkling doesn't erase their trades. It blesses them with boundaries that will make neighbors breathe easier and tools feel cared for. Even the broom leans a bit prouder against the wall afterward. Households borrow the choreography and edit it for kitchens and courtyards. A mother keeps a small jar above the wash basin with a sprig resting beside it. Not formally consecrated, just flavored by the memory of this place. She teaches a child to dab a drop on the threshold before guests arrive. The way some people set out cups or straighten cushions. Welcome, the gesture says, to a home that likes the world. Travelers, dusty in respectable ways, learn the rhythm in minutes. A caravan merchant with 3 scripts in his head copies the order into his palm. Rinse, breathe, sprinkle, thank. Later he will repeat the pattern at a way station. Not because law insists, but because he has grown fond of how calm feels when it sits in the mouth of a cup. Hospitality, he discovers, tastes even better when served in clean sentences. Children treat the twigs like magic wands if someone is watching without insisting. The priest invites them to practice tracing circles in the air while reciting a rhyme about not splashing, not rushing, not stepping on the cat. They laugh, tuck away the rule song, and leave with hands that have met a new version of responsibility, one that wears a smile instead of a frown. Evening wanders in and invites the lanterns to wake. The courtyard accepts that invitation like a practiced friend. Shadows line up quietly behind the jars. The brass bowl becomes a moon with manners. The priest loosens his shoulders without loosening his standards. People thickened by the day's errands arrive looking like notebooks ready to become books. Wrinkled, maybe, but full of stories that want to arrange themselves into coherence. Candles in a side room show how light prefers to behave when it lives with purpose. Wicks trimmed, flames steady, no impatience licking where oil doesn't want to be. A young attendant imitates the calm by standing as if the floor were teaching posture, and the room approves. Somewhere a kettle clicks its small thesis. Warm is a form of respect when offered gently. Recipes for the consecrated liquid pass between caretakers like lullabies. Mint for brightness, a whisper of something from the orchard for friendliness, a leaf that suggests the river knows your name without needing to shout it. Ratios are recorded but never used to win arguments. The point is harmony, not victory. A jar that sings too loudly goes back to the shelf to rethink its tone. Stories attach themselves to the courtyard like soft moss. Once, a traveler couldn't sleep because road and worry had tied a knot behind his eyes. The priest did nothing exotic, just sprinkled, hummed, and handed a cup. Sleep arrived without ceremony, grinning like a friend sneaking into a party with a cake. Another time, a coral came in wearing 2 bodies. It left wearing 0 because cool drops convinced both to save the fight for later and forget where they put it. Patience hangs in the air in quantities large enough to notice. Waiting here does not scrape the nerves. It sands them. While one person completes a sequence, another learns by seeing. While one jar is lifted, another jar rests without scheduling envy. The bell taps only when help would help, not because sound likes to hear itself. Windows above the courtyard keep quiet company. A grandmother leans on a cushion, knitting the day into neat rows. A child in a nightshirt counts sprinkles and decides the number is lucky. A cat decides the number of sprinkles is unimportant as long as someone scratches its ear later. The city watches its own habits and likes what it sees. Markets, which are very good at selling, have learned to buy from this place. They purchase calm in bulk, pay in breath, and promises kept. A spice seller removes his cap on the way to the fountain now because this courtyard taught his hands that water likes to be introduced politely, even in a hurry. His customers notice without noticing. Their shoulders do the noticing for them. Laundry in nearby lanes starts to smell like intention. A clothesline hung slightly higher so the line doesn't flirt with the drain. A bucket kept out of gossiping sunlight so heat doesn't pick fights with soap. A wooden peg that no longer collapses into sulks because it's been mended and thanked. The world seems to open tiny doors for people who speak to it kindly. Guardians of the place. Steward, priest, a pair of apprentices whose enthusiasm keeps the room from growing too sleepy. Close the evening with a last round that feels like tucking in a child. Lids tied, cloths folded, floor brushed, a final sprinkle for the threshold, so the night knows the courtyard trusts it. The bell gives one small farewell, a bow more than a sound, and darkness decides to be gentle. Sleep later brings the taste of mint and cool stone with it. The dreamscape borrows the courtyard's map. Jars along a wall, twigs on a tray, a bowl ready for patience. In that dream, a complicated worry asks for the recipe of calm, and the answer, delivered with a grin, comes in syllables the heart already speaks. Rinse, breathe, sprinkle, thank, repeat when needed. Evening slides down the alleyways like cool satin as a barber's lantern flickers awake. And the little shop with its reed mat and cedar shelf calls to your shoulders the way a lullaby calls to eyelids after a long day. A brass bowl sits on a low stool. A folded length of white cloth waits with tidy optimism. And beside it a sealed jar carries the faint, minty rumor of the courtyard you visited earlier. The sign over the doorway doesn't shout. It whispers in friendly script, hands steady, laughter permitted, clippings not for wandering. Stepping inside, you catch that same temple breath of calm. Tools in their places, water behaving like a well-raised guest, and the air already sure that small things tonight will matter more than grand speeches. The barber lifts a hand in greeting that says, "I will do the work. Your job is to relax," which your neck takes as an official pardon from tension. Courtyards nearby glow with after-supper lamps. But in here the light stays practical, more colleague than ornament. On the shelf you notice the entire philosophy laid out in miniature. scissors that gleam like sentence punctuation, a nail knife with a modest personality, a horn comb that looks patient, a soft brush that maybe once had delusions of conducting an orchestra and then decided contentment was better. The barber's apprentice sets a small clay dish under the stool and lines it with ash, then places over the ash a thin shard of pottery, then a square of clean linen, the architectural equivalent of a gentle fence. He nods toward the arrangement as if introducing a respected elder. For the clippings, the stack of layers feels like a promise the city keeps to itself. Even what leaves your body tonight will be escorted respectfully, so nothing petty has a way in. Custom in this district is kind without being fussy. Hair and nails are not trash. They are travelers. Cut loose from you, they become interesting to unsupervised mischief. Call it a tiny troublemaker that likes to borrow forms. And so the city's solution is to make sure these travelers go straight from host to guesthouse without loitering. The barber explains it with a grin. We don't give opportunists free snacks. Nobody in the room believes in melodrama. Everyone in the room believes in door management. The little ash-shard linen sandwich, which looks charmingly unimportant, is in fact a lock you set on a door you prefer to keep shut. The apprentice's eyes shine with that quiet pride of a person whose job is invisible when done well. That is the only measure that matters. Barbershop rhythm starts with posture. A towel settles around your shoulders with a temperature that belongs on the list of good inventions. Fingers test the scalp with a professional curiosity, locating swirls, visiting temples, greeting the nape as if it were an old friend who always brings considerate gossip. The comb whispers through, not tugging, just taking attendance. Meanwhile, the bowl receives a cupful of water that once again behaves. No splash shelf gossip, no audacity toward the flame in the corner brazier, no ambition to run away and tell the canal stories it didn't witness. Rules from the sacred places turn into muscle memory here. Gestures are small, and every small thing has a reason that lets big things rest. Scissors vote yes in quiet snips. Each cut is a syllable, and a haircut is a paragraph, and the barber edits kindly. Loosed strands settle onto the linen with the subdued satisfaction of travelers arriving precisely on time. Any renegade curl that dares to bounce toward the floor is intercepted by the little brush with a smug professionalism. Into the guest house, thank you. The apprentice's job is to keep the choreography smooth. Brush, fold, adjust the cloth, so nothing goes unsupervised into places where water, fire, or earth would have to file complaints. The difference between a city that sleeps peacefully and one that frets, you realize, sometimes comes down to the angle of a brush and the patience of an apprentice with good wrists. Stories hop fences in barbershops as easily as birds hop courtyard walls. And tonight the barber offers one trimmed of fear and oiled with humor. My grandmother, he begins, swore a meddlesome spirit once knitted a coat out of a neighbor's discarded hair and tried to wear his temper to market. Can you imagine? Buying dates with borrowed impatience. Laughter bubbles, not loud. No need to scare the lamp, but warm enough to season the evening. So, he continues, we keep clippings supervised. We do not throw them in canals where river goddesses would have to hire bouncers. We do not introduce them to the fire who despises such gossip. We don't even let the wind babysit. Everyone nods, including your skeptical eyebrow, which has now decided that grandmothers and practical magic share a language. Housekeeping. Neighbors wander in as the blade shifts from hair to nails, and the room becomes a little theater where hands are the actors and decency writes the script. A potter with glazed freckles on her knuckles waits her turn, asking the apprentice whether the ash tonight is from cedar or pomegranate trimmings. Cedar, he says. Calm cedar. the kind that tells trouble to find a different hobby. A courier arrives with a dust-gray smile and shows a thumbnail that survived an argument with a saddle strap. The barber whistles softly, then produces the smallest tool, one nobody notices until it's needed, and trims the nail's rough edge the way you might smooth the corner of a page in a favorite book, not to erase evidence of reading but to keep it from catching on things. Instructions for nails unfold like a domestic epic. Hands hover above the layer cake. Ash, shard, linen, so every sliver lands where supervision can continue. The little knife works slowly, pausing between cuts so the fingers remember to be part of the plan. When a crescent falls, the barber lets it sit a heartbeat, as if allowing it to name itself to the cloth before the next one arrives. Half-moons join quietly, becoming a constellation destined never to shine in the wrong sky. A dab of oil finishes the storm into weather. The cuticles stop thinking rebellion is a hobby worth funding. The apprentice, proud steward of the linen, breathes like a librarian around a new volume. Gentler now, onward later. Daylight hours suit this work best, though lantern-soft evening politely volunteers when schedules run long. The barber explains the preference in a tone wise to both superstition and science. Light shows us where the tiny things go. If we can see them, we can respect them. If we respect them, they don't get ideas. Night can cooperate, he adds, provided everyone moves as if the moon were an auditor with a sense of humor and high standards. Either way, before sleep, clippings travel to a little place prepared under attention, where they can forget your name and trouble can forget theirs. Craft in this shop refuses to choose between hygiene and ceremony. It offers both like a well-arranged platter. A few drops of herb-steeped oil meet the scalp with a hello that feels personal but not clingy. Fingers draw slow circles that massage the day into confession, then forgiveness. A thin cord ties the folded linen the way one ties a letter that deserves to arrive unrumpled. A small stamp of hardened clay presses a mark onto the knot, not as magic but as memory. This bundle belongs to tonight. Tonight keeps its promises. The stamp reads, in miniature, steady, clean, kind. You wonder who carved that motto and whether the carver knew it would become the city's unofficial anthem. Philosophy takes a seat on the windowsill with the cat, because of course there is a cat, and watches pedestrian thoughts turn elegant when given the right pace. Hair and nails are not villains. They are ambassadors, carrying news of your body's ongoing efforts to regenerate. When they resign their posts, they deserve a tidy exit and a competent escort to the archive. Mischief in this city isn't a horned nightmare. It's more like an opportunistic rumor. Close the window, and rumor checks its watch and decides soup is better than mayhem. The barber moves like a person who has closed this window so many times it now closes itself. Memory of the day tucks little notes into the clippings. Flour dust from the bakery suggests a successful batch that made for grandmother's proud. Dye in a strand of hair sings about a fabric that will make an entrance at a wedding. A faint rose scent hides in a curl and promises that the wearer was near someone beloved around sunset. Nails, those honest little diaries, carry faint crescents of soil and ink and cumin, telling stories of errands and craft and food that fed laughter. If an archaeologist from the future collected the bundle, they could reconstruct a day tenderly. Tonight, the city instead chooses to lay the bundle where curiosity will not steal it and mischief will find nothing to chew. Children treat the place like a school with better acoustics. The apprentice teaches a song soft, catchy, the kind that fits in a broom's rhythm, about where hair goes and where it does not. Into the cloth, not into the canal. Onto the ash, not onto the fire. Under the shard, not under your friend's sandal. They giggle, they chant, They point at each other's heads with strictly theoretical scissors, and they learn faster than anyone expected. Tomorrow they will correct their fathers politely when a gust threatens to make clippings airborne. The barber will pretend surprise and hide a smile in his sleeve. Temple echoes return without needing to advertise themselves. The same respect you offered the flame and the river now extends to the bowl and the little linen parcel. No burning of clippings, because fire deserves better than gossip. No tossing into water, because rivers keep city memories, and nobody wants a stream remembering anything it can't forgive. No burying directly in soil, because the earth is not an all-purpose storage cupboard. It prefers seed and root and the occasional nap. Instead, a lined pit in a clean yard, maintained by the Barber Guild, receives the bundles like a post office for what you no longer need. Pottery shards line the sides. Ash softens contact. A lid fits like a promised answer. Humor takes its turn exactly when anxiety might otherwise show up. A local cat, licensed mischief in fur, attempts a daring heist of the linen parcel, dragging it 3 inches with an expression of criminal genius. The apprentice, who knows both cats and gravity, slides a small saucer of milk to the left, and the universe corrects itself. Temptation, the barber whispers as the cat forgets its ambitions, is very bad at multitasking. Everyone nods gravely, especially the cat's tail. The parcel, dignity intact, continues its journey as scheduled, while the thief receives a lecture in the language of chin scratches. Travel brings its own version of the rules, and the city prepares you for that exam. On the road, the barber says, a traveler's pouch contains a few folded squares of waxed cloth, a pinch of ash in a corked tube, and a thin chip of pottery wrapped in string. When you trim nails at a way station, you assemble a miniature guest house on a flat stone. Ash down, shard down, cloth down, then fold and tie. The bundle rides with your other modest treasures until a proper receiving place appears. If a way station maintains a lined jar for such couriered clippings, you add yours and sign the little slate not with a name but with the day's first word. Habit turns strangers into partners in invisible housekeeping. Notices in the market, written by a scribe with a light touch and a fondness for clarity, present guidance without scolding. Clippings belong in cloth, not in corners. Kittens are not disposal systems. The river remembers everything. Do not introduce it to souvenirs. One illustration, somewhat ambitious, shows a tiny gremlin gnawing on a lock of hair and failing because the lock wears a smug linen jacket. The caption reads, "When you dress well, nonsense loses interest. Parents laugh, children point, and everyone goes about their day with a little more competence than yesterday." Psychology joins the party near the end of the trim when the barber asks whether there is anything you would like to cut that isn't hair. The question arrives unarmed. You consider it for a beat, then decide to let go of a worry whose claws had been editing your shoulders since noon. The barber, perhaps clairvoyant, perhaps excellent at reading neck muscles, snips, and the sound convinces your spine that the worry has been escorted outside. Nails follow with their tidy half-moons, and each crescent feels like a receipt for a small refund. You came for grooming, you leave with space. Afterwards, the room returns your day to you improved but not rearranged. A light sprinkle from the mint jar taps wrists and brow. The courtyard's accents spoken in a new neighborhood. The apprentice seals the parcel with the clay stamp and places it into a wooden box that will travel later to the guild's lined pit. A cup of water lands in your hand with impeccable manners. Conversation slides to lower volume, the way a river does as it enters a wider bend. Payment happens as a handshake partially disguised as coin, and the barber adds a little combing mirror glance toward the door that means, Carry this calm into the street. Spend it on neighbors. Legend creeps in around the edges because storytellers refuse to leave any room unadorned. There is, people say, a minor demon whose only ambition is to collect unguarded clippings and knit them into bad tempers sized for market days. It fails consistently in this city and has moved to places where people throw things with less thought. On its one brave visit here, it met a parcel stamped with steady, clean, kind, and went home reporting a hostile work environment. The barber claims he has never glimpsed that creature, which is either because he trims too quickly for demons or because kindness, when repeated often enough, becomes invisible to mischief. Checklist habits stabilize the handover from ritual to habit. The apprentice reviews aloud in a near whisper. Cloth laid, ash poured, shard placed, clippings collected, cloth folded, knot tied, stamp pressed, parcel stored, hands rinsed, floor brushed, water thanked, lamp lowered. Nothing fancy. The music of competence. You realize the list is not just for tonight. It is for everything you plan to keep unchaotic, conversations, meals, promises. A sequence, learned once, saves you from improvising where improvisation makes mess. Finally, the night walks you home, and the breeze, supervisor of a million private errands, signs off on your improved aerodynamics. Hair sits as if it has been taught the etiquette of hats without needing to wear one. Nails feel like punctuation marks that will help sentences end cleanly before sleep. The city smells faintly of cumin and river and lamp oil. In that blend floats the gentlest truth of the day. The borders of the self are a civic matter, and tending them is a favor to everyone else trying to be themselves without splash. Back in your room, the fan hums a contract slower than the market and faster than the tower. You set a small folded square and a pinch of ash in your own drawer because tomorrow will also have edges, and you prefer to greet them ready rather than surprised. Riverbanks wake politely before the city does, dew beating on reeds like tiny lanterns that forgot to go home, and the surface wears early light as a shawl it's happy to lend. In that hush, you step onto a flat stone that looks like it has practiced being a welcome mat for centuries. The water greets without words, cool breath, soft laps against mud, and the old rule from a dozen doorways returns to memory. Treat this as a person with seniority. No throwing, no hurry, no asking it to carry away what you should carry yourself. Knees unlock, shoulders listen, and your pulse copies the river's grammar. Long, gentle sentences that still arrive on time. Dawnlight sketches silver lines across the current while a water carrier fills her jar the way one greets an aunt who always remembers birthdays. She cups the stream with both palms first, the informal hello before business, then lets the jar taste the flow, not plunged like a raid but presented like a request. Let it settle, her eyes suggest, and the silt obliges, dropping fast as manners practiced since childhood. You match her rhythm and find that even drinking becomes a conversation. 2 parts gratitude, 1 part logistics, no parts entitlement. Somewhere upstream, a sluice opens with the polite click of would learning another day's job, and the whole river seems to adjust its shawl. Beside the stone footing of a small bridge, a placard offers guidance in a handwriting so tidy, even the water seems to respect it. Give back what the river can love. Flowers and leaves fit. Ashes of clean would sometimes. Promises always. Hair clippings, market scraps, sharp-tempered rumors? Absolutely not. The sentence ends with a dot that looks suspiciously like a smile. You grin back because rules that keep dignity alive often read like common sense that finally got enough sleep. A pair of ducks practice their morning syllables nearby, untroubled by the laws because the laws were written for creatures whose hands tend to forget their guests. Across a sandbar where children will later build palaces that need no taxes, a man with a ledger notes the hour, the height of the water on the marked stone, and the sky's present mood. He is not a priest, not a magistrate, not the river's boss, just its friend with a notebook. Numbers matter to irrigation, and the ledger's arithmetic will route drink to orchards without turning fields into arguments. He nods at your curiosity and shares a simple chart. Which canal receives a visit today? Which cistern will nap? Which garden will sing come evening? It's choreography for a partner who doesn't like to be shoved. Beneath the bridge, kids in rolled-up trousers practice the solemn art of respectful splashing. An older cousin referees with the authority of someone who has been scolded by 3 grandmothers and lived to teach the tale. Keep it shallow, she instructs, and splash each other, not the jar. Laughter edits itself to lower volume, and the river accepts the game as long as the rules speak first. You wade to the ankles and feel the way cool negotiates with skin. Sincere, not dramatic. Each ripple rings the pier in quiet compliments, and minnows vote to stay. Somewhere in the middle distance, a canet breathes the city awake from underground, its tunnel whispering cold memory of mountain snow across desert miles. The man who tends that hidden river, call him the Couriers' guardian, walks the line like a librarian who knows where every book lives even in the dark. He checks vents, listens to wind that knows how to carry secrets without dropping them, and cleans silt with a brush that has more patience than most speeches. You picture that invisible architecture as a kindness the earth does for people who asked politely and dug carefully, then promised to keep the request reasonable. Engineers in sun-bleached turbans examine a weir that steps the current down into channels, counting heartbeats between splashes the way cooks count to make recipes behave. A thin gate lifts, a notch lowers, and water chooses the left path with all the drama of a courteous shrug. Every adjustment is written on a slate that will later travel to the scribe's bench, where water's day becomes lines of ink that can be consulted by anyone who prefers facts to quarrels. Standing nearby, you realize this is governance at its best. Quiet, reversible, and committed to the well-being of fruit trees. Meanwhile, a woman at a low platform washes cloth in a basin fed by a side stream, soaproot froth working like a friendly choir. She kneels on a reed mat so her knees won't declare mutiny and scrubs with a rhythm that sounds like a lullaby someone tuned for chores. Nothing pours back dirty. The suds settle in a sump and later water the dyeweed patch behind her house. The river receives only what it would have recognized even before cities learned to be clever. You help rinse, lifting fabric smooth so the water can let go without learning your problems. Tradition gives the river an honorific, a name that suggests both aunt and guardian and maybe the firm teacher who improved your handwriting. People leave garlands on low branches, green gifts that will fall back as soil the river will not mind, and they keep their actual offerings edible or compostable. When words are needed, they happen standing, a palm lowered, a head politely inclined. One line is popular with everyone from millers to midwives. May our hands do nothing here that makes tomorrow harder. You borrow it gladly because brevity likes company but not noise. Lanterns strung along the ferry landing rest dark for now, but the boatman has already oiled his rope so it won't complain. He tips his cap to the water before he tips it to customers. An order his father taught him so he'd remember where courtesy starts. Ferry fees are set by a board that includes a grandmother and a teenager with a dangerous smile. The price changes with flood and drought, so neither boatman nor baker is punished by weather. You coin the fare into the wooden bowl, and the boat hums approval as it noses across like a cat agreeing to cross a lap. Festivals meet the river with choreography that never outshouts the current. On a certain spring night, women carry lamps to the edge, not to send them floating into tangled reeds but to draw circles of light on the bank and sing. Songs speak of water as the city's older sister, the one with better stories, saner advice, and a talent for listening. A priest of calm temperament reminds newcomers, no candles adrift. Fire belongs to its own ceremonies. The compromise feels like wisdom. The river keeps her mirror unburned, and the people keep their wish-making illuminated on safe ground. Children learning their letters sometimes practice on flat stones with water as ink, characters flashing then fading as the rock drinks each stroke. Teachers clap in quiet, satisfied beats when a loop finally decides to be a loop, and the river approves by showing the letter once more before it disappears. The lesson slips neatly into ethics. Write what you'd be comfortable seeing vanish when it's time to let it go. Everything important returns anyway, in fruit, in rain, in laughter that remembers its lines from last year. Barges stacked with amphorae arrive in a procession that looks like a polite parade of punctuation marks. Porters move with the confident hips of people who've negotiated all the city's staircases and gossip. They keep the jars vertical and their voices level. A single splash costs a day. Officials check seals with a small huff of satisfaction, as if their nose were a graduate of a prestigious university. Scribes log each arrival under the river's column, which is always wider than any roads. You lend 2 hands for a minute, and the crew thanks you with a wedge of melon that tastes like sun politely contained in sugar. Onlookers gather when a net comes up shimmering. Fish wriggle, surprised but not sermonized at. The fisherman is careful as a midwife, none of it cruelty, all of it supper, and releases the small ones with a flick that looks like punctuation deciding to be a comma instead of a period. He keeps his patch clean, oils his tools where oil won't travel, and drops no hooks that could end up in a cow's mouth later. You admire the neat ethics of everyone involved. The river feeds, the net remembers humility, the meal will be cooked without bragging. Upstream a mill turns lazily under a spillway, the wheel paddling like a patient goose. Flour drifts into sacks as if the grain had always meant to become bread and just needed a gentle nudge. The miller does not swear at the river when the wheel slows. He squints, he adjusts, he waits for the gatekeeper's nod, then he hums again. Waiting becomes the bread's first ingredient. You lean against the wall and listen to the wheel's steady thrum, grateful that someone taught wood, water, and gravity to share a sentence without tripping. Downstream irrigation paths braid through orchards where pomegranate blossoms wear confident red like a small empire that minds its own business. Ditches are shallow enough to step across without scandalizing sandals, and each has a stone marker carved with the name of the family whose turn it is to borrow the river's attention. When the hourglass empties, someone taps a bell, and the water's job shifts as cleanly as a dancer changing partners without breaking eye contact. In that choreography, you see why neighbors greet one another even when late. Cooperation sleeps better than competition. Contracts written in the scribe's neat hand treat water as a cosigner. The line that matters most is always the quietest. Both parties agree not to speak ill of the river by making it carry their trash. Pen scratches seal the promise. A cup of water seals it better. Each person sips. The river watches. The deal lives without needing guardsmen to wake early. You sign a mental contract, less legally binding perhaps, but still persuasive, to keep your own errands from sending anything downstream that wouldn't make a fish nod. Questions arise like bubbles that know how to surface politely. Why so many rules? Why the formality? Why treat water like an elder when it clearly enjoys roughhousing boulders in spring? Answers arrive not as lectures but as scenes. A child's fever lowered by a cool cloth, A herd that drinks without panic because banks are well graded. A woman rinsing her grief off her wrists and finding herself ready to make supper. The rules aren't cages. They're manners that keep the benefits running longer than a season. Etiquette at the ford reads like everyday kindness with waterproof ink. Step where footsteps already tested a path. Offer a hand to whoever seems newer to this than you are. Pause if someone sits nearby explaining things to tears. The ford will wait. Dog owners know the shortcut away from the source, so no one's best friend becomes everyone's problem. When a cart needs to cross, voices negotiate in 2 sentences, and the river encourages both to be shorter than they think necessary. Bakers farther inland keep a basin in the corner with a cloth draped over it like a shawl, fetched from the river at dawn. They untie the cloth as if unwrapping a favor and make dough with the sober joy of people who realize bread is simply organized generosity. When crust crackles later, the sound mimics water over pebbles, and the neighborhood swears the baker is a sorcerer, which he refuses with a laugh and a gesture toward the river. "I'm just a translator," he says. "She wrote the recipe." Storytellers set their benches close enough to hear the water and far enough to keep laughter from spilling. A favorite tale features a thirsty demon who tried to drink the river and discovered it was drinking dawn already. The demon learned manners and now works night shift refilling jars at the bathhouse. None of this is meant to scare. All of it is meant to remind anyone listening that greed looks funny from a distance, and water has patience older than teeth. Travelers on the Royal Road learn the local handshake fast. 2 palms, a dip at the wrist, a nod toward the river, then the greeting. If one asks where the inn is, the answer includes where the clean spout sits, which cup is for strangers, and which side of the courtyard finds evening breeze first. Hospitality isn't one thing here. It's a list of small excellences whose sum equals welcome. You adopt the handshake before you realize it, and the inn's door decides you're exactly the sort of guest it hoped for, miraculously without magic. A boy figures out how to send a leaf boat from one eddy to another without letting it crash into the foot of the pier. He blows softly, adjusts a twig rudder, and grins as the leaf chooses not to die dramatically. His grandmother claps once, proud that physics has picked kindness as a side hobby today. The boy later learns he can do the same with a conversation headed toward rocks. Gentle breath, small correction, patience, thanks to an education funded entirely by the river's after-school program. Farther out, fields drink from channels that borrow river grammar to teach grain the art of not drowning. A Mirab, the water steward, walks the lines with a staff that doubles as a pointer and a shepherd of corals. He adjudicates with the neutrality of a clean glass, tapping here, nodding there, and reminding anyone who forgets that water's first job is to keep the city alive, not to take sides. You watch a potential argument collapse into a shared shrug, then a joke, then a promise to help mend the ditch wall together after supper. Eventually the day grows loud in the pleasant way days do, and boats shoulder their errands across the surface with the slow confidence of turtles who read schedules. You pass a shrine where the water is honored without being pressed into service it dislikes. A priest blesses the ferry's rope so it will hold, not the river so it will obey. The difference feels like the difference between a compliment and a command, and everyone, mortal and aquatic, responds better to the former. Twilight unrolls bruised blue over the bridge, and families bring lanterns and stories while the river puts on its mirror without smudges. A woman lays out cups and a small plate of salted cucumbers and bread, honoring the old custom that no one should look at water and feel thirsty. Children stretch out on the warm pier and test how many stars can fit into a bucket before the bucket argues. The answer, as always, is enough for now. which satisfies even the child who wanted all of them. Nightfall lends the river its best jewelry, reflections so clean you could mistake them for generosity incarnate, and even the loudest neighbor lowers his voice. Lovers walk the bottom edge of the sky and pretend to read constellations as if they were romantic footnotes. An elder taps her granddaughter's wrist and points at a slow-moving light across the far bank. A lantern fairy carrying someone home at last. People inhale together and let the air out in the same soft key. The water hears, acknowledges, and continues. Afterwards, the city sleeps with its windows a crack open, letting river talk drift in to sand the edges off dreams. The bathhouse cools, the ovens rest, the scribe's ink dries neat as justice. A jar on your table glows faintly. Earlier you took time to fill it with the day's best water and whisper your name so it would find your mouth again in the dark. You sip once exactly the way the priest at the fire would approve. No slurp, no splash, and the night decides you can be trusted with more calm. Tomorrow the sun will make the river shrug off this necklace of stars and go back to shining on obligations. But it will not erase anything that matters. Children will return for another lesson in buoyant handwriting. Merchants will ladle their patience into jars. Gardeners will step into ditches with gratitude laced into their hems. You tighten your sandals and promise again, because promises are what make a city measurable. Never ask water to do the jobs you don't want to admit are yours. Never call water cheap. Never let your clippings wander. Always say thank you in the language of clean cups and unhurried wrists. Lastly, before sleep finds you in the room with the fan that hums like a river taking notes, a breeze carries in the smell of wet clay and distant mint, the memory of the fairy's rope, the mirab's staff, the boy's leaf, and the woman's cup arranged themselves into a small altar behind your eyes. Nothing elaborate, just the correct sequence of kindnesses. You let the sequence play once more. Cup, breath, sip, gratitude. And the goddess who answers to many names and the simpler one, water, makes the final edit to your pulse. It slows, aligns, agrees to be carried for a while. The city thanks you for learning. The river thanks you for listening. And the night closes its palm around all those soft agreements like a safe place to keep keys. Mid-morning finds the palace's justice court awake, a long rectangle of shade laid carefully between two sunlit arcs, its flagstones swept into a civility that teaches everyone's shoes how to behave. The air smells faintly of baked clay and clean oil. A brazier glows at one end like a domesticated sunrise, and a wide bowl of water sits opposite, stainless as a promise. Between them, a low platform waits for words to climb up and sit straight. Courtyard etiquette is the first witness called. No yelling, no pointing with sharp fingers, no hurrying truth as if it were a reluctant donkey. Even the benches practice manners, cushions set at considerate intervals so tempers do not crowd. The same rules from the fire room and the garden return wearing legal robes. Be steady, be clean, be kind. You settle with your back against a cool pillar and let your breath copy the pace of shade. Around the brazier, attendants in linen move with the light precision of people who have burned their fingers exactly once and learned. Tongs rest on a hook where any hand can find them without hunting. A small basket holds smooth iron tokens, each stamped with a sunburst, each the size of a coin meant to be held, not hurled. Their job tonight will be witness, not punishment. Their heat will be a light that asks questions without biting. Between pillar and dais, a braided cord marks the path for anyone called to speak. Crossing it is ceremony without drama. A step, a pause, a bow toward flame and bowl, then the words. The order matters, and order is kindness to nerves. You've learned by now that choreography in this city is not show. It's an architecture that keeps people from tripping over their own urgency. Beside the bowl, a shallow tray holds polished river stones, smooth as bedtime thoughts after a good story. Each stone will collect a single oath, warmed by a palm, cooled by the truth it carries. Later, scribes will stack them in a jar with a clay tag for the case. The jar will wait on a shelf until all parties agree that the story has ended. It's not magic. It's memory you can hold without smudging. Along the back wall, elders sit with faces arranged at the temperature of calm. They wear reputations instead of medals. One known for measuring cloth that never lies. One famous for listening until lies get bored and leave. One whose eyebrows keep brawls from flowering. Their presence is a weight that does not bruise. You feel better just knowing they can tell the difference between thunder and drums. Guards lean like punctuation at the corners, periods, not exclamation points. Their spears are more ceremonial than persuasive. Their sandals quiet as commas. One of them taps a bell with precisely the patience of a baker waiting for dough to choose height. Sound ripples. Proceedings begin. The city's idea of justice has arrived. Theater where the props are honest tools and the script is written in breath. Scribes set out their tablets and sharpen reed pens with a posture that implies both caffeine and soulfulness. When they write, they do not chase speech. They teach it to walk. Each line leaves room for another line, the legal version of humility. Ink today smells like river, lamp oil, and maybe a joke someone told on the way here. Your nostrils decide to be reassured. Under a canopy of muted stripes, magistrates take their places, sleeves rolled to a civic-friendly height. The chief's voice is sanded smooth. Nothing in it snags. He opens with a little domestic liturgy. We serve light, water, earth, breath. We borrow clarity from fire and coolness from river. We keep our feet out of trouble with stone. May we do our errands without leaving bruises. You nod because consent feels built into the bench. Across from the dais, two carpenters wait beside a short plank and a bag of nails. Their dispute is the kind, over a measurement gone strange, a template that betrayed its own outline, and a roof beam that grew a mood. They bow to the flame first, then to the bowl, then to one another. The court likes that order because memory likes that order. Even a disagreement relaxes under good manners. Magistrates ask questions that sound like invitations to be precise. Where did the board come from? When did the shadow shift? Who saw the chalk line move? How loud was the laughter when it did? Both carpenters answer in sentences stable enough to stack. No one pretends to be perfect. Someone says, "I may be wrong," and the room smiles with relief, because truth loves a chair with room for self-correction. Protocol calls the first ritual, a small heat and oath that borrows dignity from the fire but refuses spectacle. An iron token warms on the brazier until it glows the color of a sunset that knows when to stop. Tongs lift. The token rests on a folded pad of woven fiber that insulates without lying. Each carpenter places a palm near, not on, the warmth and repeats an oath by the elements. By the light that watches, by the water that remembers, by the earth that keeps its ledgers, by the breath that counts my words. First the older carpenter speaks, eyes steady, voice tuned to conversational honesty. The heat breathes near his skin like a serious friend. He doesn't flinch. The promise is specific. He measured twice, cut once, saw the line shift when a cloud arrived, told his apprentice to mark the truth, not the tantrum. When he finishes, he presses a river stone to his palm until both feel the temperature of agreement, then sets it on the tray. Next, the younger carpenter confesses an impatience that had thought itself righteous and turned out to be rhythm in need of a metronome. "I spoke sharper than the board deserved," he says, and the elder's eyebrows nod like elders' eyebrows do when youth learns a useful sentence. He holds his hand above the warm token, repeats the oath, lets the closeness of heat make his words tighter and kinder. A second stone joins the first. Meanwhile, a measuring rod arrives to demonstrate neutral loyalty. The magistrate himself holds it, not as a scepter but as a guarantee. He lays it along the plank. The truth appears as calm as a folded blanket. Each carpenter looks, chuckles at himself, and suggests a fix that costs both time and exactly one apology. The court does math in bread loaves and neighborliness, not in punishments. Payment becomes shared labor. Debt becomes a bench repaired for the bathhouse. Testimony continues like a well-run market. Orderly, fragrant with common sense, surprised by grace just often enough to stay interesting. A woman describes a jar of oil delivered 2 drops short. The seller explains his scale lost a pebble. The inspector of weights arrives with his brass stones. The jar gets its 2 drops and an extra date for embarrassment, and the seller promises to audit his pebbles. Everyone likes that sentence. Patience settles over the benches like the shade's own shawl. People listen not to win but to understand where the knot is so fingers can find it. The brazier hums a low key. The bowl of water reflects ceiling beams, patience in liquid form. Every so often a child asks a sensible question and gets a sensible answer. Truth is not fragile here. It appreciates curiosity more than it fears noise. Oaths, when they come from traitors accused of cleverness that lean too far, travel through a slightly sterner doorway. A strip of clean cloth covers mouth and nose to keep breath from bragging near the flame. The warmed token sits between 2 stones. Palms hover, words march. By the lamp I trimmed last night, one vows. By the jar I rinsed at dawn, by the canal whose name I would not stain. He signs his statement with ink, and his grandmother's proverb arrives without being asked. Lie to a friend, and the river will flood your kitchen. Nobody wants that chore. Witnesses stand in a row set by courtesy, not rank. A dyer with purple thumbs speaks in vivid metaphors. A potter translates them into kiln-sober prose. A grocer reduces both to weight and measure. The magistrate encourages each voice to edit itself into precision. When nerves fray, the tongs give a polite tap on brazier lip, just enough theater to remind the room why it gathered. The heat is not referee. It's a reminder that truth prefers clarity to temperature. Heat does its truest work by making haste look silly. A man who tries to rush speaks faster and begins to sweat, then slows because everyone else is slow. His fists relax, his adjectives downshift. He glances toward the bowl and discovers his reflection looking back like a cousin who knows him better than he prefers. Let me begin again, he says, and the room gives him the sort of silence that is worth more than applause. Measuring out fairness involves little acts that look like housekeeping. The scribe reads back what he has written, syllable by syllable, and the speaker edits with gratitude instead of suspicion. A runner brings water and stops before the cord, waiting for a nod so the bowl won't feel upstaged. A servant sprinkles a pinch of mint over the coals so the room will keep a level mood. These niceties are not luxury. They are scaffolding strong enough to hold an argument until it calms down. Laughter steals in carefully, takes off its shoes, and sits where it won't offend the witnesses. A magistrate tells a tale about the day he tried to outstubborn a knotted string on his sash. The knot won, and he learned to ask for help without assigning guilt to rope. The point arrives without armor. Some tangles are best solved by extra hands and cooler tempers. Everyone's shoulders take the hint. A boundary stone dispute comes next, not as an accusation but as a geography lesson gone rogue. Two farmers stand with maps in their palms. They bow to bowl and fire. The court sends a messenger to fetch the surveyor. While waiting, the farmers share a melon wedge because hunger argues poorly. Heat warms an iron token. The oath repeats. A pair of river stones accept duty. Truth sits patiently between them like an old woman with splendid knitting. Precedent strolls in wearing a simple coat. Last season, a similar quarrel resolved by planting a fig where both maps were wrong. Fruit now grows exactly where stubbornness would have lived. The magistrate points that way with his voice, not his finger. Both farmers study their own mouths, then nod in the same rhythm. A fig. They agree, and the court smiles because agreements that taste sweet are remembered longer. Overhead, pigeons consult their tiny calendars and then ignore them. A breeze threads the canopy with unambitious coolness. Sunlight decides to be less bossy. The brazier lowers its hum by half a tone. The bowl catches a cloud and refuses to judge it. Justice in this courtyard is many small likable decisions made in public, each asking the next to be just as decent. Order returns to the oil case when the inspector's stone finds the exact missing pebble in a crack near the scale. The seller blushes, the buyer laughs. The jar receives its dignity back in 2 drops and a compliment on its glaze. A fine against carelessness would have fed resentment. A story about a pebble will feed better habits. The court prefers stories you can tell while slicing bread. Case after case proves the same theorem. Oaths are bridges, not sticks. A caravan captain accused of hoarding shade at a crowded well declares, palm over token. By the rope that didn't break, by the horse that waited his turn, by the cup I always pass left to right. Witnesses confirm, and the verdict becomes advice signed by everyone's nods. Hang new cloth to widen the shade. Post a water steward. Sing a timing song so nobody drinks lonely. The captain grins because solutions that involve music rarely backfire. Another scene requires a harder kind of listening. A young man swears he did not take a purse at the market. A grandmother swears her coin went walking. The magistrate resists the temptation to be clever. He lets both talk until their breathing matches, then asks for hands to hover above the warm token, then for both to touch a river stone to their chests. Truth likes to travel with a companion named Time. The court schedules a second hearing for sunset, when jetting words have cooled. At dusk, the purse appears from beneath a wheelbarrow. The grandmother blesses gravity's honesty, and the young man learns to carry empty hands higher. Later, a delegation from a distant province requests a demonstration, the famed trial by heat they've heard about in markets far from here. The court offers the local version, which is less spectacle, more calibration. An iron coin warms. The accused speaks the oath. A strip of barley dough receives a brief press of token through a double fold of cloth. If the cloth singes, it proves nothing except impatience. If the dough smells pleasant, everyone laughs and eats it. If the dough tears, the court asks who rushed. The visitors blink, then smile, then ask for the recipe. Truth here prefers recipes to bravado. Toward noon, shade shortens and the court lengthens breaks. The brazier rests. Water receives praise. A boy in apprentice linen re-inks the pens while muttering a rhyme about nouns that shouldn't be exaggerated. The chief magistrate rubs his shoulder and admits to a fondness for cushions. Someone shares sesame sweets. careful that no sugar additions for witness. Work feels like festival in slow motion. Beyond the pillars, a singer tests a melody the city likes to hear when people need to be brave without being loud. The tune has 3 notes, none of them heroic. It behaves like a hand finding another hand in the dark. The singer keeps it soft, as if not to startle the truth sitting right there on the tray with the river stones. You wonder if music is an oath that doesn't need words. Evidence arrives not as objects dumped on a table, but as stories carried like porcelain. A scribe reads a letter that traveled with wax still crisp. A courier describes the road's mood that day. A neighbor imitates the sound of a door that squeaks in a way that makes guilt ridiculous. Each piece bends toward a shared center. None of them tried to be queens. The court thanks evidence for being humble. Tradition insists that the elements receive their courtesies after the last verdict. A pinch of spice renews the brazier. A cup tips into the bowl and is tipped back out respectfully. A handful of earth is swept into a jar to remind everyone that floors are citizens. A deep breath is taken in unison because lungs also like to be thanked. Ceremony here tidies the day's attention so no sharp edges follow anyone home. Philosophy, if it could lean on a railing, would look like the magistrate's last remarks. Truth, he says, does not need us to be dramatic. It needs us to be careful, repeatable, and kind. Flame offers focus. Water offers reflection. Stone offers steadiness. Breath offers enough time to improve a sentence before it hurts someone. Nobody claps. Everyone looks as if their shoulders have just had a drink. Remedies rather than punishments end most matters. A broken jar becomes 2 new cups and a shared joke. A mismeasured bolt of cloth becomes a pile of handkerchiefs sent to a school. A careless shove at a stall becomes a morning helping the stallholder set up on market days, which is how new friends are manufactured cheaply. The court's art is to translate injury into repair that remembers the injured person's dignity. Evening returns the shade to full strength. The brazier glows in a lower key, less brass section, more lullaby. The bowl throws up a single star just to see if anyone is watching. They are, and they smile. The scribes pack their tablets like bakers tucking bread to sleep. Elders stand slowly, joints speaking in comfortingly frank verbs. The day has been just enough. A cake that doesn't collapse when you cut it. Lanterns tuft the courtyard with patient light. A final case asks for a story instead of a verdict. A debt forgiven in winter now misunderstood in summer. The magistrate offers the solution you've come to expect from this city. Write the forgiveness down in 3 places. On a tablet, on a wall where sun can read it, and in a shared meal where salt will remember. All 3 will fade, but not at the same time, which is the point. Onward the crowd flows, past the cord, past the brazier, past the bowl. People step as if their ankles learned grammar. Conversations become quieter versions of themselves. Whatever heat remains in the air is the kind that kisses bread into crust and words into wisdom. You walk with them, thinking how the whole apparatus of justice today behaved less like a sword and more like a loom, weaving people back into each other without tangles. Finally, the courtyard performs its closing ritual. Tongs hang. Coals are fed a spoon of clean ash, a bedtime blanket. Water is lifted and returned to the river, not as dumping but as farewell. Stones are labeled and slid into their jar with a sound like a polite rainfall. The bell speaks once, a full stop that feels like kindness to the paragraph of the day. The pillars, relieved, lean 3 hairs farther into night. Justice follows you into the lanes in a softer outfit. When a child trips, a stranger's hand arrives in time because the day taught everyone to move at a speed where arriving in time is normal. When a man bumps a tray, the apology and the rescue are the same gesture. When laughter threatens to sharpen, someone sands it with a well-placed proverb. The court didn't end, it diffused. Somewhere a potter closes her shop and vows, over the coin's memory, over the river stone's coolness, to deliver a jar exactly as tall as she boasted. Somewhere a dyer rinses vats with a courtesy that leaves water's mood unruffled. Somewhere a couple decide to settle their argument with 2 cups and a walk instead of with 3 friends and an audience. The city feels slightly taller. By your door the evening breeze tries the lock and finds it excellent. The lamp inside licks a small smile on the wick. A cup waits on the table. You pour water as someone taught you. Steady. No extra splash. Gratitude first. The day's scenes file themselves. The brazier, the bowl, the stones, the oaths. They all condense into 3 useful instincts. Speak slower than heat, decide cooler than noon. Fix things in ways that make tomorrow say thank you. Return to the fan's hum, soft as a recused judge. Shoulders lower into sheets that forgive. The mind, given so many good examples of sentences that ended well, ends its own without clatter. A last picture floats up. Iron warmed only enough to make words careful. A river stone collecting vows like a patient librarian. A room full of people who trusted theater that didn't lie. Sleep likes that kind of play and bows to it. Home is suddenly the easiest court to serve. The bedroom receives a verdict in favor of rest. Breath repeats the courthouse liturgy without knowing it. Steady, clean, kind. In the hallway, a pair of sandals look straighter than usual, as if judgment reached even the feet. The city's pulse slows. Stars sign their attendance ledger with dots you can count or ignore. The night appoints you judge of the dream, and the dream rules wisely. Everyone may return tomorrow with better stories. Late morning slides across the palace like silk drawn over a drum, and corridors gather themselves into a long inhale that will end at the audience hall. The floor remembers yesterday's triumphs without competing with them. Columns ahead stand like patient trees keeping a private sky. In that hush, nerves discover they can be organized into courtesy. Procession begins long before the door opens. Attendants align gifts and greetings, robes and reasons, confidence and humility. A steadying hand smooths a crease that your anxiety tried to fold back into existence. The cue itself teaches posture. Agreements between elbows, treaties between sandals, a public rehearsal of not colliding with hope. Columns in the great hall rise so tall they could pin a horizon. And every capital wears a rhythm of beasts that look ready to advise you on better decisions. Torchlight learns manners in here, illuminating without interrogating. Air smells of cedar, wool, and a little frankincense that refuses to be dramatic. The space edits voices to a bedtime tone. Carpets practice geography underfoot. Rivers of color flowing toward a dais like tributaries that have finally agreed. Each step becomes syllable, and your body composes a sentence out of ankles, knees, shoulders, breath. The meaning is simple. I am arriving in a way that leaves the room better than I found it. The carpet approves by not arguing. Protocol gathers around you as a cloak of precise warmth. Heralds confirm names with the softness of librarians. Stewards read the script of where to stand, and a calm hand demonstrates the angle of a respectful head. Nobody threatens, everybody tutors. Even nerves accept homework when it is distributed like this, gently in legible handwriting. Guards shimmer along the edges like commas, reminding sentences not to run on. Their spears are quiet decisions held vertically. Faces are friendly to stillness. You imagine a wrong step and immediately unimagine it, because the room has already offered something better. Choreography that keeps you from becoming a cautionary proverb. Heralds carry the hall's accent in their throats. Round vowels, considerate consonants, a pace that finds the middle lane. Each name enters like a boat into harbor. Steady, announced, expected. When yours approaches, the sound feels like door hinges that have been oiled by people who love doors. The syllables arrive where your feet were already heading. Translators stand within earshot, professional bridges between minds that grew up under different suns. Their eyes flick between speakers like sparrows who have learned calculus. You trust them because they belong to the same guild as the scribes who never let lies lounge. A nod from one confirms that what you mean to promise will not accidentally become a poem. Petitioners ahead of you move like pages in a book turning themselves. A farmer cupping a fig explains a boundary. A caravan captain offers a seal and a bow. A woman wearing a scholar's patience asks for a library to grow a new branch. Each exchange holds the same skeleton. Greeting, gift, request, thanks. Muscle and skin change. The bones endure. Courtiers perform presence without stealing oxygen. Their jewelry behaves like punctuation rather than fireworks. When laughter arrives, it is trained to land quietly and exit before vanity wants a second curtain call. The hall does not abolish personality. It gives it a dress code. Scribes kneel beside low tables and teach sound how to become clay. Reeds tick in measured rhythm. A polite rain writing the weather of the day. No one hurries. Accuracy outranks speed. The unspoken truth breathes between lines. An empire is a stack of exact sentences that remember what they promised. Incense rises in polite threads from bronze that remembers last winter kindly. The fragrance does not fight the air. It converses. You breathe and feel your pulse alter course by a few degrees, as if the hall were a magnetic north calibrated to bring ships home rather than trap them on rocks. Calm proves contagious. Banners hang from crossbeams with a discipline that would make mathematics proud. Their colors tell a story even if you missed last season's chapter. Each standard salutes its satrapy and bows to the greater grammar above. Loyalty here is a braid. Separate strands, one purpose, edges that refuse to fray under ordinary weather. Sound settles into a language you can understand without a teacher. Sandals, cloth, reed pens, low voices, the microscopic applause of torch resin. None of it loud, all of it persuasive. The message is not fear. It is participate precisely. You do, and the room thanks you by becoming easier to stand inside. Light travels with impeccable manners, filling the space like water poured by someone raised well. It locates faces without interrogating them, regards gifts without inspiring jealousy, and hums along stone the way bees hum along lavender. Under that glow your shoulders put down their silly ideas about armor. Distances show their wisdom once you start moving. 10 paces from the dais you begin to tilt toward reverence. At 5, hands remember where they belong. At 3, breath chooses to be a river rather than a drum. Every measurement here protects both dignity and knees. All of it has been tested by centuries of feet. Kneeling never feels like erasure. It reads as alignment, like sighting down an arrow to make sure it understands the target. No forehead slams into floorboards. No theatrics volunteer for bruises. The smallest bend of the spine writes the largest sentence. I acknowledge a center that is not me. Bowing becomes a craft rather than a moment. Angle, duration, the choreography of hands that insist on being good citizens. All of it gains polish from repetition. You suspect the city prefers this bow to its alternative. 1,000 unspoken pushy gestures that bruised other halls and ended as myths nobody likes to tell their children. Practice waits in an outer chamber for those who need rehearsal. A steward who has rescued countless ankles from embarrassment demonstrates with humor how not to collide with one's own robe. Let fabric live its dream, he whispers, and it will not dream of tripping you. Laughter loosens you. Knees agree to cooperate. Angles matter, but mood matters more. Gesture without respect is yoga for liars. Respect without gesture can look like laziness. The hall forgives small errors if your temperature is right. A whisper of sincerity rescues 3 degrees of bow every time. Breath runs the whole system from behind the curtain. Inhale to acknowledge. Exhale to commit. The pause between the two is where a yes learns to carry weight. Attendants notice when breath turns ragged and quietly lengthen the line so your lungs can remember what they are for. This is not manipulation. It is hospitality for air. Hands carry their own etiquette. Open, visible, unhurried. They announce that your words will not surprise anyone's face. The world has been struck by too many fists and adorned by too few palms. Here, a hand that cooperates with a sleeve makes an argument better than any speech. I've learned to converse in a new grammar. Not challenge, not flirt, attention with a respectful horizon built into it. A glance at the dais is an offering, not a wager. When the king's gaze lifts, it does not pin. It includes. Ordinary eyes understand and calm down. Gifts have their own stage directions. The weight is tested beforehand so no groaning will audition for comedy. Wrappings agree to be removed without involving drama. A steward receives, names the gift aloud for the scribes, tilts it toward the dais, and the object becomes what it was always meant to be. A sentence in a language called gratitude. Silence becomes the most lavish decoration. Between each approach and reply stretches a strip of quiet wide enough to hear sandals decide where to go next. A lesser court would stuff those seconds with noise, but this hall understands that truth trims better in peace. Even your heartbeat studies the tempo and adjusts its verb. Steps toward the dais are counted like blessings. First pace, you acknowledge the building. Second, you acknowledge the people who keep it gentle. Third, you acknowledge the roll taller than any body. Fourth and fifth belong to your knees and your hands, respectively. The sixth belongs to the carpet, which accepts responsibility for the rest. Dais height is not arrogance. It's a tool. A few careful inches make line of sight fair to all. The seat itself understands that a person, though occupying it, is not the point. The office is. The chair never slouches because the law should not have to carry upholstery. Presence at the center feels like weather turned into a person. Cloak like the first hour of dawn. Crown is unreadable as a horizon. Posture carved from the idea of balance. When the king speaks, it is less new noise than correct edging on a phrase that needed it. You do not feel smaller, you feel placed. Patience radiates outward as if the dais were a brazier of humane time. People breathe in it and remember commitments they meant to keep. The hall is not in a hurry to finish you. It is eager to complete the sentence you carried in. Rhythm replaces urgency. Relief sneaks in disguised as protocol. Timing is the unseen choreographer. Pages move on beats you can tap. Guards trade corners on rests. Stewards approach and retreat in phrases. The king speaks on the downbeat not to dominate, but to place a note the rest of the orchestra can harmonize with. Your words take their cue and enter on time. Stride cultural, not military. Even the soldiers walk like educated rivers. Power here resists the vanity of stomp. To practice, you cross a threshold and count to 3 before lifting your heel. Muscles relearn the difference between arriving and arriving politely. The hall notices and upgrades you to someone who will not knock into history. Face behaves like a modest lantern, not a bonfire, not a curtain. Neutral doesn't mean empty. It means readable. A small smile earns interest. A steady jaw repays old debts. Eyebrows register little truths like a ledger that prefers clarity to surprise. You make friends with the instrument you wear. Cloaks gather around shoulders like commas reminding words to breathe. Fabric discourages exaggeration by snagging drama before it trips anyone else. When you bow, the hem obeys and the cloak nods forward. An elegant yes that does not need applause. Robes here never try to become characters. They remain grammar. Sandals carry diplomatic immunity if they keep quiet. Stalls that refrain from editorial comments on stone are welcome everywhere. The leather that lives in this room has learned the volume of respect. You add your pair to that choir and discover how many quarrels are avoided by silence that arrives on time. Robes acquire scent slowly. Cedar, a whisper of cardamom from the banquet hall, a rumor of lamp oil that has never set a sleeve aflame. When you kneel, the air offers you back the fragrance of yesterday's good decisions. Habit loops around to perfume. Even nerves enjoy pleasant evidence. Politeness refuses to be furniture. It insists on being architecture. The hall has been designed by people who measured where tempers cool and where compassion chooses to stand. Every line of sight is a treaty. Every stair a reminder that height is a responsibility before it is a view. You walk and hear design say please. Geometry tells a joke about power without raising its voice. The square of the floor teaches equality. The circle of attention keeps no edges sharp. The triangle of dais step floor stabilizes pride before it gets athletic. Your body translates all that into better choices for knees and chin. Order never wears boredom here. It wears kindness. A steward rescues an almost fallen tray with a movement that suggests he has caught many tragedies before breakfast and forgave them all. The king watches without rescuing, because delegating minor miracles is the real job description. Everyone learns comfort from that division of labor. Humor knows its address and knocks. A satrap attempts to recite a proverb and inverts 2 lines. The herald kindly uninverts them with a bow so neat it could sharpen a quill. Laughter warms the hall just enough. The throne prefers competent cheer to anxious reverence. Laughter leaves no footprints on the carpet. If anyone guffaws loud enough to shake a tassel, a page offers a cup of water with a face that says hydration is the height of wisdom. Humor survives by being treated as a guest, not a conqueror. The throne never outlaughs the room. Whispers flow along the edges like irrigation ditches that know their boundaries. News enters, crosses, exits without drowning crops. Spies here are gardeners of information. They prune lies and water useful truth. The throne loves order more than secrets. It already knows most of what whispers try to sell. Stories step forward shaped as petitions. A bridge half-built, a road in need of station houses, a courier post requesting new horses, a school asking for more clay tablets. Each tale turns into a decision with measurable verbs. Build, provision, dispatch, supply. Poetry hovers nearby but understands it is not today's stew. Messages arrive by hand, lip, and signet. Seals crack with a sound that convinces the room it has been trusted. The king reads quickly but not carelessly. A glance to the chief scribe opens a second pair of eyes. A nod to the treasurer invites a purse to speak. Decisions are multiplications, not leaps. Decisions themselves are bright stones dropped into a river already flowing in the right direction. Ripples reach provinces. The current continues. No one confuses one stone with the entire river. Even your request, small as a coin, enters that water and begins to move toward useful places. Mercy sits at the king's elbow like a handwriting tutor. Punishments are rare and untheatrical. Attacks forgiven because a flood had better arguments. A deadline extended because a caravan lost 2 wheels and still sent word. A craftsman defended because his mistake was honesty learning. The throne prefers repaired bridges to dramatic placards. Strength shows its face by not having to show it. Guards remain ornaments until they aren't, and then reality adjusts back to equilibrium without scars. Authority here is hotter than gossip and cooler than rage. The city has learned to love that temperature. Example leads while explanation takes notes. The king prostrates before a sacred flame under the same roof as petitioners. The hierarchy bows to a hierarchy higher than itself. You watch standards attach themselves to behavior without advertisement. The room leaves you with homework you actually want to do. Exit when it comes rehearses gratitude. Bow again, not smaller but quieter. Step back precisely. Do not turn until the steward's hand enters the corner of your eye like a comma allowing the sentence to conclude. Faces soften to their daytime settings. Knees declare an end to their moment of fame. Courtyard outside adopts your breath like a foster parent. Birds consider your shoulders ready for sunlight. Temple bells in the distance offer commas to the day. You pocket a couple for difficult conversations. Palace stone releases the cool of the hall so it can escort you back into heat without complaint. Air beyond the lintel tastes different, the way tea tastes different outdoors. Relief arrives without wobble. Dignity finds it has survived intact, perhaps upgraded. People waiting for their turn measure your face and decide the hall is in a generous mood. The line relaxes by a few heartbeats. Afternoon scatters errands like seeds and expects competence to water them. Scribe notes from the audience settle into ledgers. Messengers tighten sandals and carry decisions to places where decisions need legs. You discover that walking under trees is easier now that posture cooperates with weather. Shade on the colonnade thinks of itself as a public servant. It lends patience to children too small for ceremonies, cools jars just enough to help a conversation, and trains cat naps that do not become a habit. You share a date with a court musician who swears timing tastes better after audiences. You believe him. Memory keeps the throne in a pocket where keys live. Accessible, ordinary, important. The audience did not crown you. It equipped you. Breath learned something. Hands learned something. Knees learned not to panic at the prospect of attention. None of it hurts normal life. All of it improves markets. Lesson distills into 3 movements. Arrive with awareness. Bow with accuracy. Leave with momentum that serves other people. You try the trio at a doorway, a stall, a neighbor's threshold, and each place answers with upgraded manners. Majesty, it seems, is contagious when carried politely. Evening folds in around the palace like a letter sealed with patience. Lamps rehearse their golden vowels. The hall empties of petitioners but not of significance. Its silence now hosts the day's promises. Somewhere a boy practices the bow in front of a bronze plate reflection. Somewhere a grandmother nods and corrects the angle by a whisper of degrees. Lamp light scratches a gentle signature along the edge of the throne room's doors. Guards shift to night posture, half shadow, half lullaby. Pages carry tablets to the archive where cool shelves keep ink from learning bad habits. The king's cloak breathes cedar into a chest that will outlive fashion. Home receives you with gratitude that belongs to the hallway as much as to the bed. In a bowl by the door, water waits like a familiar with better memory than you. Hands rinse the day. Wrists receive one minty drop of calm. Forehead accepts the tiny chill that tells thoughts to remove their shoes. Sleep, when it chooses to arrive, finds the stern genius of the hall curled at the foot of your bed like a friendly dog. Knees remember not to overreact to dreams. Shoulders refuse alarms unless truly invited. The fan hums the anthem the heralds preferred. Steady, clean, kind. Dreams return the hall in smaller scale, where neighbors line up to thank each other for doors held, bread shared, tempers unsummoned. In that dream, the throne is not furniture but a verb, throning, the act of holding a center so others can orbit without crashing. You wake ready to be slightly throne-shaped at work. Morning tomorrow will ask for your bow in 100 casual ways. Before a child's question, in front of a customer's impatience, beside a friend's grief. The posture you learn today will move into your limbs lightly. No forehead meets tile. No pride meets trouble. Only alignment, a spine that can carry yes without wincing. City life, tuned by such audiences, performs itself with fewer unpleasant crescendos. Markets gossip kindly. Temples hum without smugness. Workshops hit the sweet spot between hurry and inertia. The throne room doesn't abolish chaos. It teaches chaos which shoes to wear to dinner. Harbors, wells, ovens, roofs. All these places develop their own little daisies where respect stands an inch higher than convenience. The baker bows to dough by measuring water correctly. The ferryman bows to rope by checking knots. The teacher bows to letters by starting class at the hour she promised. What looked like theater turns out to be infrastructure. Children imitate what adults actually do, not what they say. By nightfall, they have converted the bow into a game that avoids collisions. Laughter retains its manners and wins more rounds. No one feels smaller. Everyone feels included in the geometry. Elsewhere, a satrap rides out with a memory of how the throne listened. He sits straighter, runs kinder audits, keeps water clean and gossip less so. To rule is to bow more often than people expect. The lesson travels on horse, foot, wind, and rumor until streets themselves walk politely. Finally, the day completes its own prostration to night. Stars check in like scribes writing attendance on a ceiling. Windows dim to respectful glows. The throne room sleeps with door bolts that click like satisfied commas. Your chest repeats the anthem again. Steady, clean, kind, and names a center that does not require marble to exist. Twilight drapes the palace courtyards in velvet as braziers wake like domesticated stars, and the long tables gleam under linen that lies flatter than your pulse will in an hour. Servers pass with the hush of sand over polished stone, and the night begins to gather everyone who owes each other good manners and good cheer. Without announcement, the plan becomes obvious. Talk until truths relax, drink until pride remembers posture, and let music thread the whole thing together like a seam you don't have to check twice. Invitations have traveled all week. Folded wax, whispered names, a nod at the market that means night after next. The guest list reads like a thesis on how empires actually breathe. Generals who prefer poetry off duty, traders who know 3 words in 20 languages, gardeners with dirt still in the honest crescents of their nails, and a pair of scribes whose reed pens can keep up with laughter. You arrive by the side gate where anxiety steps out of its sandals. The steward takes it and returns a lighter version labeled Curiosity. Thresholds teach the rest. Hands rinse at a basin that smells faintly of mint and stone. A towel confirms you're made of good decisions tonight. A tiny sprinkle taps your brow, courtyard courtesy following you into darker rooms. And the wine master shows the silver mixing bowl the way a priest introduces a sanctuary lamp. Water first, his eyebrows say, then wine. And the ladle nods, because moderation has allies with opposable thumbs. Torches along the walls learn to be polite. Flames lean just far enough to flatter faces and not an inch more. Musicians tune within hearing and without boasting, the harp tickling its strings as if to ask, "Are we friends again?" The drum answers in syllables soft enough to pass under the table without knocking knees. It feels like the garden at night decided to come indoors and put on jewelry. Bowls of herbs pass for greeting. You rub a leaf, breathe patience, and join a river of guests easing toward the long table. Seating is a miracle of logistics disguised as kindness. Strangers next to cousins, rivals beside a plate worth sharing, elders at angles where their stories can cross 3 conversations at once. Cushions become diplomacy and the floor becomes a language everyone speaks with their ankles. Seats accept you with a little sigh of fabric. Posture cooperates, grateful to practice the bow it learned this morning in a setting where nobody expects a speech. Trays arrive. Dates like polite punctuation, walnuts like good advice, olives the color of horizons you have decided to reach later. Everything moves at a speed your breath can keep up with. Stewards turn the room into smooth choreography. One carries cups that shimmer like moons with modest ambitions. One pours water with a wrist that should be studied by surgeons. One hands the wine master a ladle that glints even in a whisper of light. The bowl itself is a map of self-control. Silver inside, designs outside. A river around a vine around a proverb. Ratios matter. You listen as if math finally decided to be charming. Laughter tiptoes in wearing slippers. The host offers a word about the day. Sandstorms dodged. A bridge finished. A letter that arrived unrumpled despite 6 horses and an enthusiastic courier. No boasting, no theatrics, just a table-sized well done that makes the bread taste braver. You take a slice and promise to be the sort of person baguettes would trust. Musicians choose a key called sociable. The frame drum purrs, the flute draws a line of light across the air, and the long-necked lute, barbat, the court calls it, reminds the room that strings can tell truths bodies might fumble. The melody travels like a polite rumor that improves with retelling. Shoulders lower their guard. Voices choose their inside voices without being told. Dishes announce themselves by scent rather than trumpet. Lamb not drowning in spice but escorted by it. Greens that remember the river respectfully. Yogurt tame as a small cloud. Bread that keeps secrets until broken and then reveals only the best ones. You taste slowly on purpose. The night approves. Everything seems designed to avoid collisions, of flavors, of elbows, of pride. Conversation settles into its lanes, well-marked but generous. On your left, a gardener describes irrigation in verbs that make you think of songs. On your right, a translator demonstrates the art of saying almost fair in 5 languages without anybody reaching for a knife. Across the table, a woman who knows the names of stars tells a story about a comet that once tried to sell the sky on drama and was sent home with a to-do list instead. Protocol is the invisible guest who refills glasses at the right moment. Water takes the job first. Wine follows like a polite appointment. Cups lift together after the host's smallest nod. Not for drowning sorrows, but for floating them out where they can learn to swim. To a day that behaved, someone says, and the room repeats it without ordering it to become profound. Toasts acquire shape the way pottery does, pressure, spin, a hand that understands when to stop. The host sets a gentle example, one sentence, two at most, ending in gratitude rather than self-portrait. Others follow. A courier to the horses that did not throw him, a mother to the daughter who learned to be kind before being clever, a merchant to the weaver who sold him beauty at a price that made both of them walk taller. Stories slip into the gaps like generous butter. None of them require a hero. All of them require a well-placed eyebrow. A soldier admits he learned more about patience from a broken sandal than from a commander. A baker confesses the loaf that refused to rise taught him to start earlier and to forgive earlier. 2. Someone describes a fig tree that solved a boundary dispute by producing fruit precisely between two stubborn maps. Couriers off duty for once, trade road rumors, and mirage etiquette. If the horizon tries to sell you a lake, one advises, offer it a carrot. If it prefers water, it will not eat. Everyone laughs in the soft way that knows how to leave air in the room. A scribe adds a proverb, write promises when shade is kind. Read them when sun is honest. Cups lift again, water first because the river is listening. Poets earn their bread by noticing what the rest of the table nearly missed. One recites 3 lines about oil lamps behaving like patient stars. Another sets a small joke about goat bells to a tune polite enough to pass at a royal gate. The point is never to hijack the night. The point is to give each guest a sentence to carry home like a pocket-sized lantern. Rhythm builds in layers. A beat under conversation. A clink under laughter. A soft chorus where the sleeved forearms of servers pass in parallel lines. Nothing jars. Even the accident. Someone's cup tipping a little more than dignity requested. Resolves itself as a napkin volunteer's heroism and nearby hands reach together. The room treats mistakes as opportunities to prove the choreography sturdy. Generosity discovers a second wind. A platter doubles back to confirm that introverts still found enough apricots. A cushion travels 1 seat over because a knee petitioned for mercy. The host circulates with the posture of a bridge, bearing weight without making a speech about it. You realize that good hosting is architecture made from eyebrows, napkins, and correctly timed questions. Etiquette gives the wine its leash. Ratios stay civil. The bowl refuses to collaborate with chaos. If someone suggests neat wine, the table proposes neat breath instead. The night runs on consent, not dare. Even jokes sign the guest book before entering. You take your cue and find that being merry without getting noisy is a skill muscles enjoy learning. Games that require no winners begin to appear. A riddle about wells trades places with a proverb about ropes until both look smarter. A guessing song invites the table to identify spices by scent, and the oldest guest wins by knowing which ones not to guess. Someone starts a round of favor of the day, and the answers teach the shape of joy. A shade tree at the right hour, a letter that spelled your name with instinct, a bowl of water that remembered its manners. Pomegranates arrive like reasonable fireworks. A servant cracks them with a practiced twist that suggests he knows how to open the day the same way. Jewels scatter into a bowl, red as applause you didn't have to earn. Fingers stain in a way that makes everyone look briefly royal and slightly conspiratorial. You lick a seed from your thumb and vow to apologize to nothing tonight. Lanterns deepen the color of faces into something portrait-worthy, and the music leans toward tempos designed for stories you tell leaning on your own shoulder. Dancers, 2 women whose ankles know grammar most tongues forgot, begin a slow arc that teaches scarves how to finish a sentence. Their hands say beginning, maybe, and exactly without using the word yes. Nobody argues with that fluency. Translators never really go off duty. they start translating jokes into better timing. A Mede quip grows a Persian echo. A Lydian pun survives immigration and becomes generous. The table learns, without needing a lecture, that laughter is a language family with dozens of dialects and one ancestor. Relief. You pick up a few syllables and promise to use them kindly. Gardeners compare notes about moonlight and pruning, finding in fruit trees the humility most philosophies only pretend to sell. Cut on a good breath, one says, and the branch forgives faster. The woman with star maps adds that forgiveness grows better in soft light anyway. You add a silent agreement to the bowl and sip the ratio that keeps bravery from turning reckless. Geometry of serving remains elegant. The wine master stirs the bowl like a teacher adjusting lines on a chalkboard. The ladle lifts a crescent moon into each cup. The steward lowers his wrist half an inch when he nears a guest who needs the gentler version of cheer. This is what institutions look like at their best. Practiced, warm, reversible. Servants own the room's pulse. Their pathing is a map even generals should study. They never cross rudely, never pause where conversation needs air, never hurry so much that dignity spills. When the host thanks them aloud, the table follows and gratitude turns, for 3 breaths, into the main course. Harpists move the melody into the key called brave and gentle. Strings speak of roads that didn't ambush you, of hands that learned before mouths did, of rooms that healed reputations. The drummer drops silences like cushions so words can sit down and make better choices. Thought puts on shoes and decides to stroll. Dancers translate rhythm into physics that even courtiers respect. Anklets hum, not shout. A scarf hovers over a candle and never flirts with disaster. Feet thread a needle the size of 4 measures and prove again that grace is what velocity becomes after it completes school. You clap in the accent of quiet approval. Silence visits occasionally to sip from the cup and adjust the night's posture. No one fidgets when it does. Everyone agrees that a room this full needs its pauses to keep from becoming a marching band. You lean back, catch a scent of cardamom from the kitchen, and thank whatever bureaucrat of the cosmos invented intermission. Midway through the feast, the host starts the ritual of speaking truth kindly. The evening's tame, reliable truth serum, less potion than permission. The bowl makes another round, water first, wine second. The room breathes together and agrees to attempt honesty at a humane temperature. People offer the small admissions that make mornings easier. A habit that needs new shoes, a temper that needs a leash, a question that needs an appointment. Nobody weaponizes the moment. Everybody takes notes. Banter, well-behaved, tests its edges and finds them padded. A satrap tries a self-deprecating line about his handwriting and earns the right to keep teasing the tax ledger because he just praised the scribe. A poet mocks a metaphor she wrote last year. The table forgives and then requests the new one. The wine knows it is the supporting actor, not the plot twist. Lessons from earlier rooms keep attending. The fire's quiet rules remind palms to be visible and voices to be accurate. The river's dignity trains cups not to slosh and feet not to bully the floor. The tower's calm teaches grief a chair and a cushion by the door if it needs to sit down and breathe before joining. The court's oaths keep jokes from becoming verdicts. The banquet is the rehearsal where all those truths learn to harmonize. Night grows comfortable in its own robe. Children drift asleep against knees that practice diplomacy all day. A mother tucks a shawl with the same motion she uses to fold an apology into a conversation. Over in the corner, 2 elders play rhymes with walnuts as counters, inventing rules that make fairness laugh. You let the music edit your pulse until the day's exclamation points become commas and then periods. Finally, the bowl rests. The wine master seals it with a cloth that smells faintly of copper and pomegranate rind. Water bottles receive corks. The ladle curls back on its hook like a cat that has read its shift schedule correctly. The host rises just enough to tilt the evening toward bedding, and gratitude stands too. First in your ribs, then around the table, then across the whole quarter as doors open onto cooler air. After-supper strolls perform their own liturgy. Lanterns hang like domestic moons, and the colonnade offers columns as backrests for heavy thoughts that already learned to pack light. Couples pace the geometry without stepping on anyone's sentences. A storyteller posts up by the fountain to sell the idea that tomorrow will survive if people keep being decent to their cups and to their neighbors. Courtyard echoes carry good reports. No fights broke out. No boasts grew teeth. No rumors left taller than they arrived. The night feels 3 degrees kinder than afternoons usually predict. In that wideness, you offer a final, private toast. Not out loud, just in the angle your chin chooses and the warmth at the back of your mouth. To the art of diluted courage, to the science of synchronized kindness, to long nights that leave everybody more themselves. Bedrooms receive their travelers like safe harbors. A basin by the door remembers the river on your behalf. A lamp tries a tiny hum that resembles the drum's most patient note. Pillows agree to pretend they are clouds even if they were born as woven things. You undress as though your clothes belong to a patient museum, and the room decides to be the opposite of a courtroom. No verdicts tonight, just amnesty with clean sheets. Window latches click the same way the banquet ended, soft, final, generous. A breeze edits the last scents from your hair. Cardamom, smoke, mint, relief. In the quiet that remains, a sentence from the poet installs itself as a screensaver in your brain. Drink so that tomorrow speaks better. It sounds risky in lesser mouths. Here it sounds like hydrated wisdom. Sleep has been eavesdropping all evening and knows the cue. The fan takes over the drum part. The night performs the string line. Breath plays the flute solo it learned earlier at the river. Somewhere beyond the wall, a late guard tells a joke quietly. The stars give it 5 polite points. Dreams line up and request the dance floor with their papers in order. Memory tucks away details with neat fingers. The steward's cadence, the bowl's shine, the exact way the dancer's heel whispered no to hurry. Tomorrow at the market you'll recognize guests by the same glow lamps gave their faces tonight. You'll also recognize yourself, a fraction more throne-shaped in your spine, a touch more river in your wrists, 1 degree more lamp in your eyes. Dawn will ask for work and posture and clean tools. The city will answer because nights like this put spare coins in everyone's pocket. Coins called patience, humor, tenderness on standby. If luck happens to trip on a step tomorrow, someone will catch it with a napkin and a grin. Last sip, last sigh, last thought. Long nights are how empires remember to be homes. Midnight extends a velvet glove over the inner palace as a small bronze gong kisses air once, and a cedar door tilts inward to reveal corridors softened by silk hangings, latticed light, and the hush of rooms that edit the empire after everyone thinks the day is finished. Lattices breathe like polite lungs, patterning moonshine into neat squares across carpets. So faces become constellations and steps learn to rhyme with the geometry. Etiquette arrives immediately as survival. Eyes lowered but awake, hands visible, voice tuned to confident whisper. Architecture here is an instrument tuned for discretion. High windows to keep weather's gossip out, courtyards stitched together by pergolas, cushions arranged in conversational constellations, and long silk panels that can be drawn like eyelids when privacy needs to blink. Thresholds announce rules without printing them. Sandals pause, veils unruffle, and bracelets are persuaded not to audition as percussion. Even laughter keeps a muffled lining because walls carry sound better than they carry apologies. Eunuch stewards inhabit the doorways like commas that keep powerful sentences from running on. Their presence is not a threat but a grammar, the kind that prevents a hallway from becoming a rumor with feet. Lanterns sip oil at a pace the Magi would approve. No splashy flames, only patient ovals of light that flatter cheekbones and keep ambition honest. The scent is frankincense edited by Rose, diplomacy translated into perfume. Inside the first salon the air hums with soft industry. Thread choosing its future on a loom. A reed pen convincing a tablet to remember. A frame drum learning the exact volume of courage. Everything is work, only quieter. Queens and princesses are not statues here. They are managers of a complicated weather system. Assigning shade, allocating patience, timing breezes of influence so tempers cool and decisions ripen without cracking. Protocol for greeting the great royal lady feels like bowing to a well-watered garden. Head inclines, hands offer a correctly timed silence. Knees practice the I am steady, not small angle reverence without self-erasure. Stories travel in fabrics first. Embroidery reduces politics to motif. Pomegranates for prosperity. Lions for don't test me. Cypress for longevity. And a clever hem can carry a paragraph no guard will search for ink. Chamber musicians test the barbat and the ney with scales that sound like corridors stretching. Music here is not ornament, it's traffic control, shifting temperaments by halftones so a meeting lands in the key called reasonable. Lessons for girls hum behind a screen where chalk dust smells faintly of cardamom. Sums, scripts, maps of rivers, and a little philosophy about the four elements are taught as if the empire might one day need its steadiest minister to wear bracelets. Latticed windows double as teachers, reminding that seeing and being seen are different sports. A tilt of the head turns visibility into agency, and that agency, multiplied by a roomful of head tilts, becomes policy. Gardens inside these walls practice paradise in miniature. Water behaves like well-brought-up conversation. Cypresses punctuate vistas with sentences that end cleanly. Gravel paths curve like tactful suggestions. Here you learn what cool feels like when it is designed. Tutors for princes report to this wing because motherhood is logistics as much as lullabies. Syllables are chosen for future speeches, posture corrected for future thresholds, and tempers trained to sit before they are allowed to run. Perfume workshops function as subtle councils, where recipes are debated like budgets. Amber for authority, myrtle for friendliness, a hint of mint for clarity, then a purposeful dilution that says, power can breathe. Weaving rooms keep ledgers that accountants would admire. Warp and weft translate numbers into patience, and a bolt of silk becomes a quiet treaty between a province's taxes and the court's appetite for pageantry. Baths inside the women's quarter are laboratories of civility. Steam persuades pride to soften. Sandals make small sounds that remind gossip to lower its voice, and the rule water first keeps the rest of the evening logical. Servants, nurses, readers, hairdressers form a nervous system more reliable than couriers when the message must arrive with the correct expression. A raised eyebrow delivered at the right teacup can move 3 districts. Letters accumulate in clever objects. Hollow combs, scrolls braided into belts, knots coded for agree, delay, or will host the argument at breakfast. None of it is treason. All of it is choreography. Rivalries exist like summer heat, acknowledged, managed, rarely allowed to burn furniture. Seating charts serve as climate control, and a bowl of pomegranate handed at the right arc resets the temperature of the room. Marriage plans read like atlases with budgets. A satrap's son equals 3 rivers and a stormproof road. An ally's daughter equals a school with steady lamps, and every tranche of dowry is a suture placed where the empire once bled in patience. Nurses who raised kings hold more equity than gold can measure. Lullabies double as constitutional law, and a child who learns that no can be sung will later veto a war without waking the treasury. Queen Mother, the axis around which temper rotates, listens more than she speaks. When she does speak, sentences land in the precise spot where a map and a family tree shake hands. Silk walls don't hide power, they insulate it until it sets. Decisions here are baked at low temperature so they don't collapse in open air, and steel politics is what happens when a whisper graduates. Diplomacy enters wrapped as gifts. Amber beads for a river town that kept its banks honest. Cured dates for a satrap who stopped boasting. A bolt of undyed wool for a priest who prefers humility to incense. Cooks rehearse alliances on plates. Cumin from the east introduced to fish from the west. A compromise brokered in yogurt mint refereeing, so that palates practice cooperation before parchments do. Spies in this wing are gardeners of narrative. Their job is pruning, not poisoning. Snip a rumor before it seeds. Water the truth so it can outgrow pettiness. Compost grudges into cautionary tales. Silence, handled like gold leaf, is budgeted carefully. A minute of hush buys 3 hours of better policy later, and a good steward can lay quiet over a room the way a lamp lays light, evenly without burning anyone. Seamstresses debrief the day by hemming it. Loose threads are meetings that didn't finish, and a clean edge is an evening that will not surprise anyone at breakfast. Children, daughters of allies, nieces of rivals, learn together under grape arbors, turning enemies into classmates. Chalk dust on hands is the earliest amnesty. Gatekeepers to this quarter trade in dignity. Every visitor is turned into a guest before becoming an audience, and the profound magic is that nobody remembers feeling processed. Rules prevent melodrama from renting space. No shouting under trellis, no ink near pillows, no decisions after the third cup. If anger insists on existing, it must do so outdoors where the cypresses can edit it. Latticework teaches physics to intentions. A plan can pass through if it travels as light, not as wind. Push and it scatters. Glow and it arrives intact. Musicians circulating between rooms function as emotional tailors. A key change here, a pause there, and suddenly a choral realizes it is overdressed and goes home to change. Scribes assigned to this wing master the art of writing what everyone will remember correctly. Marginalia include reminders like, compliment the sandals, because small accuracy rescues large agreements. Currencies of influence include time, tea, and thread. If you offer all three in measured amounts, you can buy an afternoon where a satrap's mother decides on her own to be reasonable. Religious duties are honored and register soft enough not to scare common sense. Temple offerings leave this wing in tidy baskets. Oil for lamps, bread for widows, a promise for tomorrow's well. Crisis plans look like etiquette. If plague knocks, doors narrow and basins multiply. If drought lingers, gardens teach thrift without looking poor. If politics storms, screens rearrange into new geometry that lets emotion run out of breath. Phrasebooks are maintained for every misunderstanding. The difference between no and not yet saves provinces, and the sentence "I hear you" and is repeated until it sounds like architecture. When a satrap assumes men decide, a hairpin with a tiny lion appears at a banquet, and by morning the tax rate is 2 points kinder. Nobody writes this down, everyone benefits. Nurses coordinate news like professional weather. The wet nurse speaks first about health, the tutor about posture, the reader about nuance. Together they keep storms at the window. Bath steam doubles as diplomacy fog. Inside it, tempers relax enough to untie a knot. and the only minutes that leave the room are the improved kind. Honor among women here is not fragile, built from repeating errands. Escort a neighbor's fear to a chair, mend a cloak so a meeting won't snag, fold a letter so the seal lands exactly where trust lives. Poetry is policy with nicer shoes. A quatrain can soften a decree's edge, and even a stern announcement arrives dressed in metaphor, so the city learns to obey without resenting. Scent trails are memos disguised as compliments. A corridor followed by quince means visit later. A citron wisp means good news, no panic. And amber says, bring the ledger. Relatives from provinces are hosted like exhibitions of weather. Their moods are translated before their requests, and gifts are offered that teach manners gently. A sieve for a loud tongue, a cushion for a stubborn knee. Maps pinned in a side room show marriages as bridges. Dotted lines run across mountains where armies would sweat, and rope-tied notes explain which ant keeps which valley in a good mood. Reading hour replaces counsel when faces need to rest. Epics teach patience, folktales teach humility, and every story finishes with the honest sentence, wash your hands and sleep. Funding decisions for temples, schools, and wells are drafted beside silk swatches. Budgets keep a human scale when decided in rooms where children nap and looms hum. Negotiation with the outer court looks like embroidery passed through a door. A steward carries the pattern, the treasurer recognizes the motif, and coin arrives labeled, "Don't make me beg for receipts." Clout here never forgets to tip. A runner takes messages and returns with figs. A scribe carries minutes and receives a shawl. A guard memorizes seating and gets a proverb that will save his career later. Competition between consorts gets domesticated into games that cause minimal damage. A riddle contest raises money for brides without dowries, and the loser folds bandages for the clinic while being serenaded with cheerful lies. Jealousy dissolves fastest in rooms with mirrors that face windows. Sunlight convinces faces they are busy with grander tasks than counting compliments. Education about justice visits through stories of women who made markets kinder. A jar saved from a flood by a neighbor becomes precedent for lending oxen without collateral after storms. Security is a quilt sewn from protocols, screen doors, sign-in slates, predictable routes, so no heroics are required. Heroics are exhausting, and tomorrow already has demands. Household logistics are politics in softer fabric. Lamp oil topped, bread scheduled, sergeants of linen briefed. When clothes cooperate, meetings don't snag. Instruments of subtle power are organized like a field kit. Ink for yes, ribbon for not yet, seal for definitely, song for maybe, and one learns which one weighs least on a situation's ribs. Foreign visitors to this wing leave vaguely better. They misremember who persuaded them and accurately remember the tea. Meanwhile, their letters home describe a court that breathes without panting. Defenses against rumor include a simple vaccine. Tell your own story first with humor. Deliver it folded into bread, then no one has room for a cheaper version. Evidence that this wing governs arrives as outcomes. Taxes set kinder, roads repaired sooner, temper cooled before steel is invited. Nobody writes, women did it. Everybody sleeps better. Prayer rugs accept knees that refuse to be dramatic. Petitions to heaven here are about competence. Wisdom for ledgers, calm for nurses, patience for gatekeepers, laughter for the late shift. Bargains struck between cousins act like irrigation. Small channels feeding thirsty patches that never make the map. Later, figs appear where last year politics found dust. Elders collect proverbs like stamps and spend them with frightening precision. A single one cannot eat a promise reimbalances a budget with fewer tears than math usually demands. Children's games in the courtyard rehearse treaties. You keep the red stones, I keep the blue, we share the green. And the argument ends with a mint leaf and a fist bump. Ancient version. Lawsuits sometimes end here before beginning. A scarf exchanged, a sister consulted, a debt forgiven in a form nobody can mock. Cookies, usually. Tales from the road arrive as gifts. A saddle blanket whose weave reports that a border post learned manners. A jar of honey that says a governor has stopped lying. A ribbon that confirms a courier reached the sea and remembered to write back. Calendars mark festivals first by recipes, second by policy. Noras means new ledgers and new lamps, dress hems measured against better intentions, and a polite audit of grudges. Queen Mother's counsel sounds like water finding its level. She places one sentence at a time where weight needs to be, and then the room, sometimes the empire, remembers gravity. Curtains lift in a breeze that feels like diplomatic immunity for sanity. Sometimes weather itself decrees a truce, and everyone smart agrees. Art on these walls is not rebellion. It's rehearsal for better behavior. Birds painted mid-flight so walls remember not to trap ideas. Rivers glazed into tiles so floors remember how to carry. Code phrases keep lives unexciting. Shall we walk the cypress? Means we need to talk where walls don't eavesdrop. The quince is late means cancel the quarrel, bring tea. Archives inside cedar chests preserve letters that smell like 10 winters. Occasionally a young scribe is allowed to read one, and the empire acquires a new adult an hour later. Economy runs through this wing like a carefully watered canal. Gifts flow out, loyalty flows back, and the sluice gates are managed by hands that prefer calluses to titles. Moonlight teaches the final class of the evening. Shadows announce that enough has been said, and the best policy now is sleep so your tomorrow can afford you. Departure from the quarter occurs at the speed of courtesy. Veils draw, sandals whisper. A eunuch comma closes the sentence, and the corridor hands your breath back exactly as it was loaned. Steady, clean, kind. Memory carries the blue of silk and the firmness of decisions back to your pillow. Steel politics remains invisible like a spine, and you sleep better knowing that behind those lattice screens, futures are braided on purpose. Dawn thins into the world like watered silk as the way station opens an eyelid, and a clerk with ink on 2 fingers checks the roster while a kettle begins its small opera, inviting you to step into a system that breathes faster than any one city but never loses its manners. Gatekeepers at the courtyard arch tilt their heads in the practiced rhythm of people who can sort urgency from theater at 10 paces. A wax tablet with fresh scores tells them who left, who arrives, and where the next horse will pretend not to be excited by hills as you tighten your sandal and borrow their calm. Satchels here are less bags than promises with handles. When the steward lifts yours, the strap hums with stamps, seals, cords, and a fold of dyed wool that means, for the eyes we actually trust. And you feel the empire's heartbeat slide across your shoulder, steady as a metronome that prefers facts. Leather creaks the way old books do when they intend to be helpful. The strap settles, the buckles agree, and a eunuch steward taps your wrist with a gesture that translates into 5 quiet laws. Water first, breath next, horse third, message always, pride never, and the order sticks because it's comfortable to wear. Maps don't live only on papyrus along this road. They live in thighs and eyes, in the way a ridge forecasts shade and the way gravel forecasts an hour of careful ankles. So when you set out, your body reads the same text your courier horse reads, and both of you pass the test without bragging. Milestones rise with shy certainty at thoughtful intervals, carved with numbers that taste like travel. 40 to the next post, 80 to the next city. A little sigil for well behaves, do not throw jokes into it. And each stone greets your passing with the politeness of relatives who know how to keep gatherings functional. Stations repeat like a reassuring chorus. A clean trough, a ledger, a hook for satchels so news never touches dust, a brazier that knows its key, a bench that forgives knees, and a stable master whose hands can read a fetlock the way a scribe reads a treaty, making you trust the distance before you even begin it. Etiquette wraps the whole apparatus like breathable gauze. Cups lift left to right so no hand crosses a message. Doors open inward so urgency never bruises a passerby. And names are exchanged only after water has had its turn because thirst tells lies while wet tongues tell schedules, and schedules save lives. Nerves behave when the bell taps once, then twice, then rests. The gate strap rises, hooves shuffle into a grammar you can copy without thinking, and you roll forward under an arch decorated with cypress leaf patterns that whisper straight, steady. Which is convenient because anxiety never remembers directions. Horses pick their politics based on terrain. Your mount votes for speed where the road leans kind and votes for caution near the culvert that collects rumor and frogs, and you learn to speak shank and rein like an apprentice diplomat who knows that the treaty with gravity matters more than the treaty with pride. Signals keep the road from becoming a loud argument. A raised palm means space. 2 fingers mean overtake without drama. A circle at the wrist means we're good. And when a caravan pulls aside with a cheerfully entitled grin, you salute with your chin and pass like a sentence that remembered its verb. Mid-morning warms lintels and lungs, and the first relay appears like a friend already pouring water. A fresh horse snorts a quiet essay about hills. The clerk notes your hour with a reed pen that hums along the wax. A scrap of bread meets a cucumber with diplomatic skill, and the satchel never leaves skin or eye. Caravans along the shoulder organize themselves by the physics of survival and the economics of gossip. A spice dealer with cardamom breath asks how the bridge 2 stations north behaved after last week's rain, and you answer in the only dialect the road respects. Concise, kind, verifiable, which makes him grin and adjust his strap. Villages approach and pass like punctuation marks. Comma at the reed beds, semicolon where the pomegranate garden wants to brag, a dash at the goat track crossing. So your head composes a paragraph out of roofs, wells, laundries, and the 100 small logistics that keep a day's arm from tearing when the realm stretches. Bridges in this district look like arguments that refuse melodrama. Low arches, neat parapets, carved lions where one slip could become a monologue, and you cross with the reverent speed of someone who has learned that stone answers to patience, not to spurs, while the satchel hums its little tune of purpose against your ribs. Ferrymen further downstream conduct the river without insulting it. Ropes hum, water nods, a boy tosses a leaf boat toward an eddy in a physics lesson that costs nobody a bruise, and when the prow kisses the far bank, your horse chooses to agree with the mud 1 hoof at a time, the way treaties sign themselves when both sides like lunch. Shade remembers its job along cut banks where acacia trees whisper, sit a minute, mend a strap. So you do, and a post-runner shares dried figs and the rumor that a satrap's clerk invented a quicker not for sealing surplus jars, which, if true, will save 10 arguments and 2 afternoons before the month retires. Emergencies practice for themselves quietly. A spare halter hangs where eyes can find it at a sprint. A water skin rests on a hook whose shape your palm memorizes before panic additions. And a bell with a lower note waits for nights when the road must sing instead of talk, none of which you need today, which is the small miracle. Languages keep each other company without stepping on feet. Water sounds right in 5 scripts. Help sounds louder without yelling, and hand signals do most of the work anyway. So a Lydian cart and a Persian courier and an Elamite goat solve a 3-body problem in physics and courtesy, while you drift past laughing into your scarf. Hospitality protects the road the way ditches protect the crown. A way station offers soup thick enough to respect the next hill. A cot that understands knees. A corner for prayer where nobody polices posture. And a sign that says fire is not for trash, which your bone memory has heard in 3 rooms and 1 tower already. Deliveries run both directions because news has a return address. tablets with the king's seal head east, stamped receipts head back west. A bag of saffron purchased on personal coin tucks into an inner pocket because gratitude has a better memory when it smells like sunshine, and a little string-tied packet of jokes goes to the post singer with your thanks. Crews appear under the sun like stagehands the empire forgot to flatter. Women with baskets of gravel, men with tampers, a teenager with a ledger and an expression that announces a love affair with straight lines. All of them rehearsing the art that keeps wheels from inventing tragedies, while you dismount for 3 lifts of the shovel because helping is part of the uniform. Checkpoints behave like punctuation performed by polite guards. Banner up, gate tidy, spear vertical, and more philosophical than threatening. A request for your pass. A glance at the seal that cannot be forged by anyone who hasn't learned patience. And the inevitable water refill accompanied by the line, "Roads in a good mood," which you echo because it is. Wind across the salt flats sings the kind of lullaby that keeps attention awake. Cloth wraps your mouth, horse lowers eyelashes to half-mast, and your thoughts tidy themselves to the rhythm of hoof, breath, milestone, horizon, reminding you that speed is a conversation with distance, not a dare issued to knees. Stories attach themselves to the road like practical trinkets. A child asks, "What's the fastest letter?" And you answer, "The one that didn't need writing," which earns a new proverb for a grandmother's arsenal and a future improvement in someone's schedule 2 provinces away when a quarrel is solved by a visit instead. Afternoon leans toward gold, and relay bells pick up the pace of your ribs. Horses swap without resentment because the schedule respects their honesty. The clerk's reed draws another neat groove into wax, and a plate appears with an apricot that makes you forgive the sun for its poor impulse control around noon. Arrival at a satrapal capital shifts the road's accent without changing its grammar. Paving stones smooth their vowels, guards' sandals learn indoor voice, and a corridor of shade guides you to the audience office where the steward's hands receive the satchel with a touch that says, "You carried the empire's breath. Let us exhale it safely." Rest in a courier's chamber feels designed by someone who loves knees, backs, and the idea of tomorrow. Hooks at exactly the right height, basin at exactly the right reach, a cot that doesn't audition for squeaks, and a window that decides which breeze deserves employment, while your heartbeat retrains itself for walking speed. Training for fresh riders happens in the yard with choreography you admire for how not dramatic it is. Mount, dismount, breathe, start, stop, breathe. Drink while moving without baptizing your shirt, breathe. Roll a strap hole without swearing at leather. Memorize 6 seals and a rule that says, "If in doubt, slow down," which saves more lives than any hero story. Shrines along the trunk line practice budgeted gratitude. A ribbon for shade, a pebble for water, a line in chalk for steady bridges, and a whisper that promises to return a favor when a ditch needs clearing. Because worship here looks like maintenance with better posture and a more generous sense of time. Maintenance itself is the empire's quiet theology. A ditch cleared prevents 3 fevers. A milestone reset rescues 5 arguments about distance. A roof on a well rescues 7 marriages from the strain of hauling buckets too far. And after you trade 3 shovelfuls for 1 fig, you find that your sleep feels political in the good way. Borders teach humility to cartographers. Lines that looked straight in a scribe's room bend themselves around weather, goats, and stubborn hills. So the road consults the headwoman whose eyes understand shade. And a station goes where shade agrees to live. An empire suddenly feels like listening rather than pushing. Governors who understand roads treat them as colleagues with knees. They budget gravel before banners, they train clerks before trumpets, they count bell notes before counting horses, and their districts breathe at a pace that heals quarrels faster than drums do, which is why your satchel enjoys entering and leaving their gates. Markets that snuggle the road become bilingual in kindness. A smith files a buckle to hush, a perfumer bottles something called arrival, that smells like mint and dust-making peace. A baker learns to keep a basin for couriers who forgot rivers for a day, and a weaver sells saddle blankets that flatter horses without exciting them. Evenfall writes calligraphy across the sky, and the caravanserai too relays down lifts lanterns at the exact brightness that helps rather than shows off. Inside, hay smells like decision-making done earlier, soup smells like vegetables that had careers before this, and sleep smells like ink and leather remembering their manners. Lanterns along night stretches behave like minor constellations that applied for civil service. The bells change to a lower key that the dark can hear without misunderstanding. The road's edges decide to glow, and moonlight audits your stride until it approves of your confidence and your caution at the same time. Protocols for night riding are a lullaby for nerves. Slower pace, tighter straps, voices under the breath. Way station doors opened by hands that learned the exact distance from latch to polite, and the satchel gets an extra touch. Still here, because everyone in this network is raising an idea together and wants to know it ate supper. Carts and camels camp off the shoulder politely, telling stories quiet enough that the wind will carry them into legend without dropping consonants. A trader explains the right way to greet a mirage. Compliment its water skills, offer it a carrot, see what happens. And you promise to test the advice only with jokes, not with thirst. Scribes at posts correct the road's memory the way a mother corrects a bedtime story. Gently but thoroughly. A notch deeper on a wax tablet where the mule really did balk. A circle around a well that sulked until late rain. A tiny lion drawn beside a culvert that resisted flooding like a good soldier on a polite wall. Customs at certain checkpoints double as clinics in diplomacy. A guard compliments your horse before your seal, you compliment his shade before his spear, and the exchange makes both of you taller in the sort of way that helps children grow up to desire posts that reward listening, not lung capacity. Songs travel with couriers like moths travel with lanterns. A tune for counting steps on an incline, a chant for checking straps at the 4th milestone past lunch, a hum for persuading nerves to treat dusk as a colleague, and when you share one with a new rider, their grin repays more than coin could ever manage. Inns along the river sections have perfected the art of letting road people become human quickly. A basin at the door with a cloth that smells faintly of the same mint the magi hover over, a stool that offers your ankles an apology, a bench flanked by people who know not to interrogate, and bread that pronounces your name correctly without asking. Children learn the road's grammar by turning it into games. A hopscotch of milestones, a counted beat race to the shade, a chant about water first, that adults steal later to fix their own habits. When you pass, they salute with a solemnity that makes your chest decide to be a better place for breath. Clerks in this network measure time in ink and mercy. A late rider receives a glance that contains exactly the right amount of worry and zero rancor. A missing mark on a slate earns a short memory walking lesson, and a tidy note on a door says, resting, not shirking, which you plan to frame in your mind for the next hard week. Road crews teach philosophy by tamping gravel. Flat enough is a moral category. Edge is a social skill. Slope is politics that works better than speeches. And when a teenager asks why the camber matters, the forewoman says, so rain respects us. And the world becomes simpler and smarter on the same afternoon. Messages themselves embody every tone a civilization needs to master. The king's seal breathes, do this. A temple's ribbon breathes, consider this. A school's tablet breathes, fund this. A widow's note breathes, remember us. And the satchel is a parliament of breath which you ferry without mixing the accents. Accidents shrink inside this choreography because prevention has tenure. Hooves trimmed on schedule, straps checked before drama, wells roofed against heroic insects, bridges approached as negotiations rather than dares, and when fate still trips a rider, the system sends comfort and repair faster than rumor can compose a song. Philosophy stows away under the leather and rides beside you. Speed is delicious when it doesn't demand a crash later. Distance is affectionate when you respect its knees. And a realm is healthiest when news is not a surprise party but a warm plate delivered on time to the people who actually need to eat. Comparisons to rivers come easily and rightly. The royal road refuses to drink trash, prefers banks that save ankles, loves a well-placed ferry, and believes in beacons the way a wise waterway believes in stars. Helpful when you need them, invisible when you don't, which is why your shoulders relax even as your horse keeps its sprint honest. Governance performs itself without horn sections along these miles. Taxes circulate because couriers circulate. Justice arrives because schedules arrive. Mercy is granted because a clerk's neat hour marks convinced a magistrate that a flood deserved an extension. And the empire's kindness grows legs whenever your satchel crosses a threshold. Satchels also carry small domestic revolutions. A scholar's letter about a better seal for grain jars. A midwife's request for lamp oil at an hour that makes sense. A weaver's pattern that tells a distant cousin what colors mean we're all right. And a child's drawing of a horse that somehow looks exactly like speed learning manners. Return legs never feel like voids. Signed receipts weigh like relief. A fabric swatch smells like a festival that will fit. A wooden tally with teeth marks proves that a goat tried to eat bureaucracy and lost politely. And you ride back with a pocket of phrases that will make the next station's jokes land better. Twilight rehearses its soft cymbals against the ridge, and a signal tower keeps its silence like a promise not to invent drama. The lantern keeper waves anyway because waves count as infrastructure too, and you lift 2 fingers in thanks before the hill decides it can carry you down without sarcasm. Courtyard lamps at the final post pick a brightness that forgives mistakes. The stable master's hands catch reins with a relief shaped like competence. The clerk's pen writes a closing hour that says, "You did what the day asked." And someone pushes a bowl toward you with the road's favorite blessing, water first. Beds in road people's quarters keep a ledger of ankles they've amended. Tonight yours leaves an entry under earned. And your satchel sleeps on a hook with its mouth closed, which is one of civilization's nicer metaphors, while your breath copies the bell's earlier tempo until it retires to the key called unconscious. Dreams take the royal road and sand off its pebbles. Stations arrive without dust. Horses speak punchlines in your language. Beacons wink when you forget a name. And the empire's breath continues because all the tiny professions inside your ribs decided to keep working after the lantern went out. Morning will ask for speed and kindness again. The ledger will need neat lines. The strap will ask for its hole to be checked. The well will expect hands that remember the river's dignity. And the next letter will require you to carry a stranger's relief. You agree because agreement is what this road trains into bone. Memory saves the day's best geometry. The arch that framed your sprint, the ditch that caught a tantrum, the milestone that refused to be dramatic, and wraps them into a sentence your sleep can understand. That an empire is not a throne shouting. It is 1,000 small courtesies moving briskly in the same direction. Dawn leans her cheek on the lintel before anyone bothers with sandals, and a low copper bell says good morning in a single polite syllable. Inside a courtyard that has memorized footsteps, a basin waits with the river's calm still folded into it, and a clay lamp, patient as bread dough, decides it is time to stop being dramatic and let daylight take the shift. Courtyard tiles cool your soles into attention while a small broom performs the opening sentence of the day. 3 arcs to welcome luck, 3 to escort last night away, 3 to remind dust that it belongs outside the jar, never in it. Housekeeping here is choreography taught by grandmothers who met the Magi and decided routine is simply theology with better shoes. Kitchen noises are tiny and purposeful. A lid releases a secret sigh. A jar shoulder taps another jar. A mortar experiments with the law of the elbow. When the first pot of water huffs, you greet it as you were taught. No splash, no slurp, just a tilt that praises gravity for showing up. and your wrists accept a mint-scented drop that edits your pulse into legible handwriting. Baskets on a shelf carry yesterday's promises forward. Barley for bread, lentils for companions with good manners, a handful of walnuts that will pay for 3 stories later. A date loaf wrapped in linen hums the night's last lullaby, and the fig you saved for a certain neighbor waits by the door because generosity works best when the feet know where to go before the mouth does. Thread wakes earlier than most people. Hands lift the warp like a prayer mat and the weft like an argument that prefers to stay friendly, and the shuttle hums the road's rhythm in miniature. Left, right, return, while the loom's soft percussion convinces your breath to keep time. Patterns do not shout, they accumulate, and each small geometry reminds the room that order can be kind. Oven heat grows the way good advice does, slow, persuasive, unwilling to scorch, so the dough can learn confidence without singeing self-esteem. A finger prints the loaf with a mark you learned from your mother, half blessing, half brand, all accountability, and the fire agrees to behave because the tinder, the air, and the cook are speaking the same grammar today. Neighbors become part of breakfast by force of custom. A boy drops off coriander seed like a footnote to the morning. A woman collects a spool you promised to rewind. A courier pauses just long enough to refill his cup with water before speed gets jealous. Nobody lingers where errands need air, and nobody hurries where gratitude is still tying its sandals. Laundry takes its turn at the well, which has the memory of rivers and the patience of librarians. Cloth meets water with a humility the court would applaud. Soaproot asks mud to let go without insult, and the rinse flows into a small channel that agrees to feed dye plants rather than argue with the canal. Purity here travels in circles that make sense to both soil and story. Windows broadcast the weather's mood while lattices break sunlight into reasonable paragraphs. The breeze takes a message to the basil repeats it to the tomatoes, and the tomatoes decide they will attempt red with confidence. Your hands keep a schedule the city would be proud of: water first, then thread, then dough, then news. Spices audition for sentences on the threshold between garden and pan. Cumin hums an agreeable bass line, mint lifts the top of the melody, sumac writes punctuation in tart commas, and a bay leaf, eccentric ant that she is, insists on being ushered out before she overstays. The pan agrees to sizzle but not gossip, and the lid acts like a diplomat who has read the minutes. Carpets get rolled back far enough to make room for sweeping and unfurled just enough that conversation might be persuaded to sit. The youngest child learns to beat dust with rhythm instead of drama, and the threshold receives a final brush to mark the line between outdoors and in. Borders are a civic matter even when the citizenship consists of crumbs. Prayer, when it arrives, refuses to weaponize itself. Palms open, forehead accepts a cool coin of water, knees agree to be reasonable, and the words, soft, precise, please to meet the morning. Ask for wisdom for ledgers, steadiness for wrists, kindness for speech, and a day in which no one has to apologize to the river or to the flame. Children discover that chores are merely games that produce edible prizes. One counts pomegranate seeds into a bowl like a clerk with excellent eyebrows. Another folds cloth to the size of patience. A third is promoted to spoon stirrer and taught that circles, like promises, work best when not rushed. Laughter keeps the volume the oven prefers. Grandmothers practice politics disguised as instruction. A story about a jar left open becomes legislation on lids. An anecdote about a cousin who teased the lamp becomes case law on trimming wicks, and a proverb, "Don't teach the goat to shout," adjusts a teenager's plan to argue when he could fetch water instead. Tradition here is the city's legal code written in recipes. Midday settles into the house like a cat choosing the good chair. Shade moves across the courtyard with appointment book precision, and the table inherits bowls arranged by temperature and temperament. Everybody eats with the rhythm of a road crew: work, water, bite, laugh, bite, water, work, because digestion behaves better when it can borrow a schedule. Shadows lengthen into advisors while the room cools enough for mending to make its case. Hems remember to meet ankles without tripping them, seams forget their grudges, and the needle's small arithmetic convinces fabric pieces to agree to live together. You recognize the court's logic translated into cloth. Precision now, comfort later, bragging never. Afternoon errands make their rounds with the efficiency of bees who understand maps. A jar of surplus yogurt walks itself next door and returns empty with a spice you lacked. A list ambles to the market and comes back shorter and happier. A cup goes out to the alley to find a neighbor who needed that exact temperature of kindness. Commerce wears sandals here, not horns. Tools hang where hands can trust them to be. The broom's straw is refreshed before it wonders aloud about retirement. The ladle's handle is oiled with a sentiment usually reserved for old friends. The water jar's lip is checked for nicks that might offend a mouth. Maintenance remains the city's favorite quiet prayer, and the house answers amen with every hinge that refuses to squeak. Stories slip in and take corners politely while bread cools. A merchant's joke about a goat who applied for a job at the dye shop sits beside a traveler's report of a new footbridge, and both tales help the afternoon decide to be generous. You contribute a 3-sentence victory about a stubborn jar lid that finally learned diplomacy. Etiquette appears for tea without needing an invitation. Cups travel clockwise so nobody invents elbows. The oldest hand receives the lightest pour first out of respect for sleep later, and the sweet is placed where children cannot negotiate for extra with eyes alone. Conversation respects the flame's rule book. Be clear, be kind, be brief when possible. Evening lights the courtyard as if marking test answers. One lamp for the table, one for the work corner, one for the door to persuade latecomers to feel welcome instead of guilty. Smoke chooses a path that declines to audition for drama, and the family's pulses align to a tempo the musician in last night's banquet would approve. Supper practices architecture rather than fireworks. Bowls occupy the table the way houses occupy a sensible street. Spaced between, neighbors friendly, no one trying to be taller than a stew. The best compliment travels quietly. More bread, which is the local dialect for, I trust your timing. And the refilled cup translates as, I trust your hands. Lanterns soften their vowels as stories gain their courage. A child recites the proverb of the day. An aunt remembers a market trick that prevented bruised peaches. A cousin describes the justice courtyard without turning any disagreements into bedtime. Laughter tidies the edges so sleep will not stub toes later. The room turns into a soft archive labeled, used kindly. Bedrooms pull their own curtains of calm while the house performs closing rituals that are older than most kings. Coals are bedded under ash like children under blankets. Wicks are pinched without teaching them resentment. Door bolts click with the diplomacy of commas, and the basin by the threshold receives a last salute from wrists that prefer to sleep without carrying crumbs of heat. Midnight leaves a faint silver opinion across the lattice, and somewhere a guard's sandal checks in with the street the way people check in with friends when they don't have a reason other than affection. Dreams begin to collect in corners like shy guests, waiting for the fan to hum the first note that allows them to enter. Dreams, when they finally step across the sill, borrow the day's calm rather than try to outshine it. The loom sings, the oven smiles, the basin remembers the river. The broom continues its long argument with dust and winds without gloating, and everyone inside your head speaks the language of second chances with indoor voices. Tomorrow rehearses itself while the house sleeps. Lists shorten, jars volunteer. The door learns to open at the angle that lets welcome in but not flies, and somewhere in the dark a tiny pebble in the threshold decides it will stop trying to trip the world. Morning will reward that pebble with job security, and the broom will call it citizen. Sunrise, when it returns, will find the basin ready, the lamp cooperative, the floor free of tantrum, and the people still fluent in the empire's softest law. That small habits practiced in honest rooms are how huge ideas keep their promises without setting anything on fire that didn't ask to burn. Market day rotates into the calendar like a reliable planet, and the doorframe becomes a passport office. Shopping baskets, strings of figs, and a small slate with prices noted in a handwriting that likes facts join the day's luggage. The house gives you the wink it reserves for errands that may return with gossip and cumin. Alleys stitch the quarter into a fabric that breathes evenly. Cats write cursive along low walls, children practice polite arguments using pebbles as votes, and sellers greet with names first and offers second. An arrangement the justice court would envy. Your list shrinks as stalls supply, and the purse appreciates that you didn't attempt to buy the moon with 3 walnuts. Return trips arrive with applause from shelves that correctly guessed the number of jars. Shoes are slipped off with a relief shaped like competence, and shoulders discover that carrying will always feel lighter in the hall than in the lane. Unpacking plays a rhythm that carpenters would call square and true, and dinner begins to compose itself out of obligations and mint. Walls in this home keep memories as lightly as linen keeps breeze. A smudge above the oven remembers a festival bread's enthusiasm. A smooth patch on the threshold remembers 3 winters of sandals that walked carefully, and a nail hole near the lintel remembers a child's height on a certain day when figs were unusually brave. This is how a house writes your biography without boasting. Calendars refuse to be tyrants. Instead, they act like good neighbors who knock and leave soup. Today's boxes carry lend sieve, mend hem, take a handful of raisins to the widow, and ask the water seller whether his new rope is behaving. None of these items need trumpets. All of them are the empire's favorite punctuation. Commas that keep sense moving. Gratitude exits the house each afternoon like a letter without wax. It visits the well, the bread oven in the lane, the neighbor who has the only needle that never sulks, and the old fig that never forgets spring. It returns with the names of 4 people you plan to include in tomorrow's quiet victory. Philosophy chooses the stool near the gate and sits with elbows on knees. It watches house traffic, the return of a shawl borrowed in a hurry, the pinch of salt that ensured a stew told the truth, a child admiring the way a seam can become an apology, and decides, not for the first time, that the empire's strength is the number of rooms where nobody has to earn kindness with speeches. Guests arrive with news, not volume. A cousin reports the court's latest excellent bow. A neighbor carries word that the tax clerk smiled with both sides of his mouth. A friend confesses she has learned to dilute her soap root differently, and your house receives each update like a sensible archive. Information here is a garden. Watered, weeded, available, never thrown. Seasonal chores adjust the soundtrack without changing the melody. Spring asks for lime wash that persuades walls to glow. Summer demands reed screens whose shadows teach the air to behave. Autumn invites pomegranates to star a platter like constellations with edible footnotes, and winter tightens thresholds so seriousness can nap near the hearth. Generosity keeps a drawer in the kitchen instead of a throne room. Extra spices rest there, folded cloth waits for a doorbell excuse. A spare cup insists on being ready for shy visitors. When a knock reveals a traveler with dust and a letter, the drawer opens before the mouth and the house wins a small, private festival. Sickness, when it dares to visit, is met with competence that refuses to shout. Cool cloths attend the fever, soup consults with appetite, the lamp is trimmed for nights that need it, and errands carry messages in the polite handwriting of people who know neighbors are cheaper and kinder than heroics. Recovery writes its slow signature and the house learns a new rhyme for washing hands. Conflict, which would rather be outdoors, gets negotiated at the threshold with chairs set at respectful angles. Voices lower until even the broom wants to listen. Water arrives before adjectives do, and the sentence "we can fix this by supper" takes off its shoes and sits. The house studies the justice courtyard and copies the parts that work. Elders bless the house by pretending not to. A palm on a doorframe, a nod at the stove, a muttered proverb about patience that lands like dust and becomes part of the light. Children imitate these gestures and grow into citizens who bow to nothing except good sense and a clean basin of water. Pets, if they exist, take on honorary civil service. A dog monitors the line between inside and alley and discourages goats from philosophical inquiries. A cat tests the acoustics and decides that the afternoon needs purring in the key of don't panic. And the birds vote to keep the courtyard's treaty with the sky. Weather joins the household like an ant who knows the right jokes for each season. Rain applauds the roof and fills the jars with the attitude of a guest who helps clean. Heat attends with a fan and cold water so improvisation doesn't turn into mutiny. Wind is assigned bird-scaring detail and accepts. Workshops visit by invitation. The dyer checks a stain that refuses to be humble. The smith returns a hinge that learned not to squeak. The potter consults on a jar whose lip wanted to be adventurous and now accepts mediation. Trades here respect the house as a partner in civilization, not a consumer of services. Timekeeping does not require thunder. A shadow's angle marks the bread's patience. A pigeon's schedule announces the hour for tea. The first star writes lamp in a script even children can read. And the last ember's yawn tells the broom to retire. Clocks would be insulted by the competence of this choreography. Boundaries remain visible without being loud. Shoes stop at mats that prefer clean company. Gossip stops at rules that prefer the truth. Hunger stops at a kitchen that prefers to feed rather than argue. And anger stops at a basin that prefers the cool grammar of wrists before the hot grammar of words. Hospitality reuses outfits with elegance. A cup washed well enough to pass the fire room's inspection. A cushion fluffed to the height of dignity. A question framed so the newcomer can answer without embarrassment. The house gets good at making people forget they arrived tense and remember they left taller. Learning happens while doing. A child planning to measure flour by guesses discovers why cups exist. An ant mending in an unshowy straight line demonstrates the moral philosophy of hymns. An uncle explaining why the jar lid sticks tells a story about patience without calling it a sermon. These are universities with better snacks. Singing threads through the late evening as a labor-saving device. A song about jars keeps hands moving without sulks. A song about rope helps knots remember their obligations. A song about neighbors teaches children the names of 3 alley cats and 2 virtues. Music here is not performance, it's lubrication for duty. Records exist in humble forms. A scratch on the door lintel measures growth. Notches in a wooden spoon stand for festival days. A pigment smudge on a shelf recounts the year of the pomegranate enthusiasm. The house refuses to forget, but also refuses to hold grudges, which is a clever kind of accounting. Rest resumes its post with well-earned authority. Pillows sign treaties with necks, blankets negotiate fair borders with ankles, and the house begins to hum that basso continuo dreamers need. Nothing creaks without purpose, nothing rattles without permission, and the wind writes kind comments on the lattice. Silence, finally, takes a turn no one resents. It is not absence but a worker on the late shift. Stacking dishes of thought, folding laundry of feelings, sweeping the porch of nerves, so that morning will open the door and find a house already convinced that decency, when practiced in small rooms, scales to empires without needing a parade. Nightfall drapes the city in its softest script, and streets rehearse the day's good manners as if they're getting graded by the stars. A breeze lifts the edges of awnings, flirtatious but not pushy, and the fan in your room hums a note that pairs nicely with sandal steps outside. Lamps remember what fire priests taught them. Steady, not flashy, and their light writes reasonable margins around every doorway. Crossing the threshold, a familiar choreography returns to your feet without needing permission. Palms visible, shoulders unhurried. Whisper the city's unprinted pledge to cause less trouble than you find. None of this feels exotic anymore. It feels like a jacket that fits, stitched by rules that turned out to be kindness disguised as routine. Memory lines up its little exhibit and asks a friendly question. What, in all this strangeness, has quietly become ordinary? The answer shows up in snapshots. Sprigs of mint above a basin, twigs bound with reed, jars with tidy hats, a boy counting milestones against his breath, a baker measuring water before he measures boast. Scenes that once tugged your eyebrows upward now nudge your posture forward. With each ritual copied, your pulse learned a better tempo. With each rule adopted, your hands mischief-proofed rooms you didn't own. Strange has been politely naturalized, kept its accent, got a library card, and started recommending books. Street lamps along the colonnade lead a night walk toward the places that trained your nerves. Fire chambers glow like calm advice, not like warnings. The little bell that started ceremonies seems to keep time for the neighborhood even when it sleeps. Passing a barber's shuttered shop, the linen parcel in your mind remembers its clay seal, steady, clean, kind. And the breeze edits your thoughts into the same 3 words. Etiquette, the city's favorite export, has colonized your ankles and refuses to withdraw. Even your shadow moves as if it has memorized court protocol. Corners of the bazaar keep their promises to smell like cumin and possibility long after the stalls close. Spice dust lingers as if market gossip has learned restraint. Benches hold the day's echoes with the calm of furniture that's seen better stories and worse tempers and survived both by listening. A stray cat tries to sell you a rumor and fails because you now require citations in the form of bread, a date, or a good proverb. The lesson beneath the aromas repeats itself. Bargains only count when both sides can tell the same story later without needing to blush. Customs learned in temple courtyards trail you like honest perfume. Wrists always know where to find water before words decide whether to arrive. Palms hover over flame with the humility that heat deserves. Feet avoid sacred thresholds even when darkness tempts shortcuts. Purity rules once filed under complicated theology have settled into housekeeping written by the cosmos. The janitor of the universe, it turns out, prefers twigs, jars, and patience over thunder. That preference now lives under your fingernails, prompting 100 small decisions that don't need an audience. Breath, the smallest loyalist, keeps copying the city. In courts, at wells, under fig trees, on roofs, it practices the tempo taught by magi, judges, dancers, and the woman who poured water into your cup at dusk. Inhale to see, exhale to choose, pause to let stubbornness tire itself out. Even nerves respect that sequence because it proved itself in rooms where truth, soup, and forgiveness shared tables. Breathing like this is the least exotic miracle you acquired, and the one every door rewards. Markets earlier in the day stitched empires without raising their voice. Translators rearranged jokes so both languages could claim them. Traders measured with scales that remembered yesterday. Hands offered samples only after water visited cups. 100 tiny negotiations rebuilt trust faster than decrees ever could. Walking past empty stalls now, your memory hears the soft arithmetic of fairness. Weights checked, prices spoken without a wince, the clerk's neat hour marked for the ledger. Politics turned out to be a table that seats strangers and refuses elbows as a guiding principle. Gardens behind high walls explain paradise without sermons. Geometry serves shade. Water plays host. Paths recommend leisure in complete sentences. The cypress spells patience in a smart font, and gravel keeps gossip under control. Earlier, you learned these were not decorations but arguments. Proof that boundaries need not bruise, that order can be dessert after the heat, that hospitality begins with temperature and ends with feet that never leave scuff marks. Tonight the garden's silhouette writes the same thesis across the sky and your shoulders both. Serenity is engineered, not lucked into. Towers above the city keep their quiet watch, circular and unhurried, their purpose still tenderly practical. Thinking of that hilltop learned the city's hardest kindness. Remove what must not rot among the living. Let wind and vultures perform an ancient mercy. Refuse gore, refuse theatrics, keep faith with a world that needs air more than it needs ornament. The strangeness of that practice dissolved into gratitude when you saw the city that followed. Fewer plagues, fewer lies to rivers, fewer shadows afraid of dawn. Courtyards that once introduced you to jars and twigs now serve as your mental toolbox. A bundle of balsam is how your day draws dotted lines around chaos. A ladle is how your sentences agree to be measured. A bell is how your thoughts tap attention without scaring it. The ran-of-the-mill miracle. Clean drops escorted from jar to brow. Taught that peace is less an emotion than a sequence. Sprinkle, breathe, nod, proceed. It's not mysterious. It's disciplined gentleness. That sentence writes itself on your doorframe the way wood takes stain and becomes itself more convincingly. Water, addressed as goddess by nearly everyone with good sense, keeps auditing behavior. The fairy's rope hums a memory. Wells lift their cool grammar. Cannots under streets breathe secrets at a humane temperature. No trash flows where gratitude should. No ash courts a flood's revenge. No cup meets lips that didn't first learn to introduce themselves. This personhood of water became a habit under your skin. Now even in imagination, your hands refuse to ask rivers to remember bad stories. That is a strong definition of civilized. Justice by heat and oath still glows in the back of your thoughts. Iron tokens warming diction into accuracy. River stones collecting promises cool enough to keep. The courtyard's theater trained more than witnesses. It trained posture, patience, and the local art of being interested in the truth rather than in triumph. In disputes you face now, even if only with a stubborn cupboard, the strategy holds. Warm the circumstance. Hover your palm near its heat. Speak clearly. Take a breath. Sign with a stone that won't ride away in weather. Thrones, encountered on that long carpet river, did not teach fear. They taught geometry. Bow at the angle that keeps your dignity and your neighbors both intact. Step back with the commas that let conversations end without slamming doors. Knees learned not humiliation but alignment. Some days you find yourself practicing a tiny version of that audience at a friend's threshold or a baker's window. The city's best secret is that majesty is a civic habit held together by good ankles. Kitchens turned out to be universities with better office hours. Ratios from the wine bowl traveled home in the ladle. Bread rose at the speed of courtesy. Spices entered recipes like diplomats who read minutes. Domestic chores, performed with the purity grammar from sacred rooms, turned into constitutional law for the household. Water first, flame respected, earth thanked, air patient. The result tasted like soup and stability, two flavors that go with everything. Households taught the empire's softest law. Practice small kindness until it scales. The broom's 3 arcs in the morning became legislation. The threshold's brushed line became borders worth defending. The towel that met wrists before cups met mouths became foreign policy. Nothing in these rooms auditioned for epic. Everything preferred competence. Normal here is decency repeated until it becomes architecture. Roads threaded all this together with stamps, bells, hooves, and self-control. Now, when a message arrives on time, the temptation is to applaud the courier. The better instinct is to thank the ditch, the bell schedule, the patient clerk, the horse that voted for caution at the culvert. An empire without trumpets introduced itself as a schedule that respects knees. Every news arrived without damage has started to sound like a lullaby. Letters that passed between lattice and ledger learned to wear metaphors like well-cut shawls. A hairpin with a lion meant, reconsider tax by 2 degrees. A bolt of undyed wool meant, send receipt and good manners. A scent of quince in the corridor meant, come later with a ledger and no audience. Politics in silk translated itself into policy at gates. Steel never shouted. It whispered, then waited for compliance to ripen. Music laid a trellis over conversation so vines of honesty could climb without strangling the host. Lute and drum and neigh kept diplomacy on key. Dancers taught velocity to pass manners class before applying for a job in joy. Now, when silence appears, the room recognizes it as the most expensive instrument and spends it wisely. Nights ended with courage diluted to a drinkable ratio. Cheerful, hydrated truth, but never the reckless kind that forgets to pay the river. Children, meanwhile, kept democracy nimble with pebbles and rules and mid-game amendments. Watching them turn arguments into hopscotch and treaties into snack sharing, leadership learned its curriculum. Keep games legible, keep scores honest, keep exits graceful. Today's bedtime is half lullaby, half civics lesson, and neither part needs a crown. Finally, the city reveals its thesis with a shrug that reads as grace. Normal is not static. It's a generous loop. Fire instructs breath. Breath teaches speech. Speech behaves for justice. Justice protects gardens. Gardens cool markets. Markets fund roads. Roads carry letters. Letters tune thrones. Thrones bless kitchens. Kitchens train households. Households raise children. Children reinvent games that make fire safer. What looked strange turned out to be the choreography of survival dressed in the fabric of joy. The last door on your walk swings inward on hinges that refuse to squeak, and the basin by your bed stands ready with clean, minty grammar. Somewhere above the lattice, a soft current folds around the rafters and smooths the rest of the night. Lamps settle lower, like eyes halfway to sleep but still friendly. The fan keeps its easy circle, slower, softer, as if it is rounding off the edges of the day and tucking them behind the horizon. Breath follows, unspooling into longer lines, each one a small boat drifting away from the shore of errands. Jars, twigs, bells, bridges. The whole city drifts with you, not loud, not impressive, just present, as if every room in the story agreed to stand guard while you wander. Street dust becomes glitter, law becomes lullaby, and even the towers look less like stone and more like the memory of tall trees you once stood beneath. If a thought arrives late, it is welcomed, kissed on the forehead, and told quietly to find a pillow. If a worry insists on speaking, the river answers it with a cool palm and the word, tomorrow, pronounced like a promise. Nothing chases, nothing hurries. Everything breathes in the same key. Let the door close itself. Let the bowl stay full. Let the night do the part you're done doing. Good. That's it. Easier now. Lighter now. Sleep.